Chapter 1187. As a saint of killing, Qi Luo walked the path of killing to prove his Tao. Normally, he would come and go without a trace by using the secret arts of the celestial court. Especially after Yi Fan taught him the line secret art, he had reached the acme of perfection. In this world, including the 10,000 ancient races, there weren't many people who could stop him and injure him. After all, he was an ancient saint who had mastered the line secret art. He could go anywhere in the world. But now he was injured to such a state and almost died. This made people feel a chill in their hearts. Hell and the human world were the two ancient killer dynasties. They were incomparably mysterious and difficult to destroy. In ancient times, they were known to assassinate all over the world. Even saints had to bear grudges. Their ancient palace was built from the skulls of kings of various physiques. The floor was paved with the divine skin of saints. It was the most terrifying place in the world. During these years, killing Saint Qi Luo had been paying attention to them. The two divine dynasties had also noticed the rise of a killing saint in the celestial court, so they had always been targeting them. "This is the 4th time I've been injured. Fortunately, I wasn't intercepted," Qi Luo said. During the desolate antiquity era, the celestial court was destroyed by these two divine dynasties. It could be said that they were mortal enemies and wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. "We'll deal with them sooner or later," Yi Fan said in a deep voice. In the past, the two divine dynasties had attacked Yi Fan many times, causing him to suffer several disasters and almost dying. Later on, he killed the goddess of hell and the divine son of the human world. Only then did he step on the ancient path of the starry sky. Without a doubt, the celestial court and the two divine dynasties were enemies. One side would fall sooner or later. Otherwise, there would be no solution. Put it aside for now. When a few experts from the celestial court that can fight saints appear, we'll settle the score with them, killing Saint Qi Luo said. He swallowed some medicine and operated his mysterious art. Flesh and blood slowly grew out from the damaged half of his body. However, this process was very slow because of the terrifying murderous intent contained within. He was injured by a terrifying saint of the killing Tao. In the human world and hell, before the natural laws of heaven and earth changed, there were already two terrifying killing saints. They were neither human nor ghost. Their lifespans didn't have much time left, but they still didn't die. After living until now, they were definitely even more terrifying. Qi Luo took action and destroyed the other party's two small worlds. The divinity ores he brought back were sparkling and incomparably precious. He solved a major problem. Yi Fan said, "Senior, although you're injured, you've given us a reminder. There are some things that we need to think of ways to obtain. Great forces with long legacies and deep foundations should have some in their hands." At present, he had collected quite a lot of divinity ores, and he still lacked the most crucial supplementary materials. If he obtained them, he could immediately extract them. Everyone was looking forward to it. As long as they became stronger, they would have the opportunity to break through and reach the next level. Killer Saint Qi Luo was very open-minded. He didn't care about momentary success or failure. He had suffered many injuries in the past few years. His state of mind was tranquil and very calm. "After we break through, we'll be able to contend against ancient saints. At that time, we'll launch a counterattack against the human world and hell. We'll return the favor and flatten their orthodoxies." Yi Fan, the sacred prince, Ji, and the others all had this kind of potential. Once they advanced, even if they couldn't become saints, they would still have that kind of terrifying combat strength. In the following days, they worked hard and did everything possible to search for heavenly materials and earthly treasures in preparation for refining the evolution liquid. And during this process, the Fire Qilin Cave, Blood Phoenix Mountain, and other ancient races were also buying and doing everything they could to excavate the divinity ores. Ji and the Sacred Prince were the main force. They traveled between the human and ancient races respectively to communicate with the most powerful holy lands and the archaic royal families to purchase the divine materials in their treasury. These great forces with long legacies and long histories had extraordinarily deep foundations. The heavenly village used all kinds of treasures to exchange for several kinds of rare ores. Yi Fan naturally also took action. He was already a future Yuan Taoist master. When he traveled between the mountains and rivers, he could tell with a single glance whether or not there were divine materials inside. During this period of time, he personally excavated many rare spiritual objects. It had to be said that the Big Dipper star region contained too many vitality and wondrous objects. When they were on the Eternal Lord star, in order to extract the evolution liquid, the great powers had to travel countless light years and enter many star domains before they could barely gather enough. No one had ever refined the evolution liquid in the Big Dipper source of life. That was why they were able to preserve the necessary ores, allowing them to succeed. What? A piece of water marrow essence was stolen? The Black Emperor flew into a rage when he heard this. The heavenly village was in an uproar. Everyone was furious because they had paid a great price. This piece of water marrow essence was exchanged for great Luo silver essence, but someone actually intercepted it halfway. It was truly hateful. Many special divine supplementary materials were needed to extract the evolution liquid. Among them, there were 4 that were absolutely necessary: Earth Dragon Essence, Fire God Stone, Wind Bone Wood, and Water Marrow Essence. These materials were difficult to replace. The Sacred Prince paid a visit to an archaic royal clan and was prepared to use the great Luo silver essence stored in the heavenly village to exchange. The other party reluctantly agreed. After that, the Sacred Prince rushed to the next location. In the end, the people from the heavenly village went to exchange, but the water marrow essence was intercepted along the way. It's the people from the Fire Qilin Cavern. Right now, the major races have learned about the evolution liquid from the captives and are moving everywhere. They also went to that royal clan to exchange but were a step too late. That's why they attacked us. After learning of the situation, the Sacred Prince was furious and prepared to take action. And at this time, Dongfang Yi, Li Tian, and the others just happened to return from outside. After hearing this, they immediately agreed to make the other party pay the price. Not long after, Yi Fan and Ji Zi also disappeared. One had to admit that the monkey had a fiery temper. Even if the Fire Qilin Cavern was an archaic royal clan, it still caused him to stomp his feet in anger. The Sacred Prince took action along the way. He intercepted all the people from the Fire Qilin Cavern who were purchasing ores outside and seized all of their ores. Sacred Prince, you've gone too far. Treating my Fire Qilin Cavern like this, are you not afraid of the consequences? The people from the Fire Qilin Cavern were also anxious. They didn't hesitate to use their weapons against each other. Return my water marrow essence, or else don't blame me for starting a massacre. Water marrow essence? There must be some misunderstanding. A half-saint from the Fire Qilin Cavern was stunned. He went to ask someone on his side. However, the final battle couldn't be avoided. There might be some misunderstanding, but after the ancient prince, the Fire Qilin received the news, he personally declared that he wouldn't return it. It was because the monkey had also seized a portion of their divine materials. Li Heishui immediately became anxious. The ores they plundered later on couldn't compare to the water marrow essence at all. That was a divine material that couldn't be lacking and was extremely crucial. Tell them that after injuring so many of our people, if I say I won't return it, then I won't return it. The Fire Qilin Cavern made this decision. When the archaic royal clans were preparing to counterattack the Eternal Lord Star, because of the evolution liquid, small-scale battles and chaos erupted. The evolution liquid was destined to incite a great upheaval. The Sacred Prince was naturally furious. He felt that the Fire Qilin was going too far, so he began to kill the people who were leaving the Fire Qilin Cavern and plunder the divine ores without restraint. Sacred Prince, since you all feel that the water marrow essence is precious, can we purchase it at a high price? A saint from the Fire Qilin Cavern was alarmed. Although the Fire Qilin Cavern was an archaic royal clan, they weren't willing to provoke the battle sacred ape bloodline. After all, that old monkey was still alive and too terrifying. However, there was a knot in the hearts of the Fire Qilin and the Sacred Prince. It originated from that battle back then when the Sacred Prince was killed. The Fire Qilin and the others who had helped the 8 divine generals felt that they had suffered a setback. During these years, both sides had a knot in their hearts. They wanted to have a battle that didn't involve their respective royal clans' resources. It was just a battle between the ancient princes to see who was stronger and who was weaker. However, this wasn't what the victorious fighting Buddha and the older generation of the Fire Qilin Cavern were willing to see. Thus, they had always been at peace. It was just that the two princes had always wanted to clash. Now that the Fire Qilin had made such a decision, it naturally angered the sacred prince. It was clear that he wanted to turn this into a true battle. However, the Fire Qilin had underestimated the monkey's fury. He didn't want to wait until the decisive battle and directly attacked without restraint. Yes, at this time, the sacred prince was challenging the saints. Let the Fire Qilin come. Otherwise, don't block my path. So what if you're a saint? I don't fear you. The monkey roared. This saint before him was a bit neglectful because he was from the imperial clan. Although he was still advising him with kind words, there was no lack of threat in his words. Sacred Prince, all things should be peaceful. The victorious fighting Buddha is already old and might die soon. I believe he also hopes that you can live in peace with our clan. Hu Yunsheng was an ancient saint with an extraordinary cultivation. He came from the Fire Qilin Cavern and was a member of the imperial clan. Even though the ancient emperor bloodline had already thinned out by his generation, it still made his status seem extraordinary. Since you want to live in peace, why did you rob my water marrow essence? Are you bullying my battle sacred ape bloodline because my uncle is already old? The monkey was unyielding. The other party's words were full of thorns, and he couldn't help but want to fight. This is what the prince said himself. I didn't say that. Take a step back. Isn't it just a piece of water marrow essence? I believe the prince isn't willing to make a big fuss over this. The victorious fighting Buddha is really not young anymore. He definitely hopes that our two great imperial clans can live in peace. Perhaps in a few years you will be the only one left of the sacred ape bloodline. Sai, I like to speak the truth. Don't say that the prince doesn't like it. This battle was naturally unavoidable. The sacred prince wasn't rash and came prepared. His true body entered an ancient sacred Mecca and fought against Hu Yunsheng. The prince has such an ancient sacred war tool. No wonder you're so fearless. However, it's still a bit lacking compared to a true saint. Now that the world knows that the victorious fighting Buddha can't be provoked, I naturally don't dare to anger him. I can only capture the prince and send him to Mount Meru, Hu Yunsheng said. Aren't you just looking for an excuse to break my Tao heart? Come and give it a try. The sacred prince sneered. Li Heishui, Dongfang Yi, and the others watched the battle. They weren't anxious and their expressions were calm. When they left Heavenly Village, even though the monkey was angry, he wasn't impulsive. He had already informed Yi Fan and GZ. Hu Yunsheng's eyes were cold and revealed a strange expression. That was because the sacred prince entered the ancient sacred Mecca and was unstoppable. He was momentarily shocked and found it hard to take him down. He originally wanted to defeat the monkey. Even though he didn't dare to do it too obviously, he could still make the monkey taste the bitterness of defeat and affect his Tao heart. However, he didn't expect it to be so difficult to deal with. Hong! Suddenly, two powerful fluctuations appeared on the battlefield. They rushed over together and attacked Hu Yunsheng. Yifan and GZ appeared. They both entered the ancient sacred Mecca. 5-colored divine light swirled behind one, while the other ignored the void as if it was nothing. They immediately attacked. The three great experts all entered the ancient sacred war tool. Their strength soared and all of them reached the saint level. Even though Hu Yunsheng had a thin ancient emperor bloodline, he still couldn't stop it. He roared out in anger again and again. Soon after, half of his body was blasted apart by the monkey's fist. Bloody light flashed. GZ mysteriously appeared and disregarded distance and space to cut off his head. Pooh! 5-colored divine light swirled behind Yifan. Chaotic energy was hazy. 5 precious swords hacked down, mincing his flesh apart and turning it into a bloody mist. Chapter 1188. Yifan, GZ, and the sacred prince worked together and destroyed the headless body of an ancient saint from the Fire Qilin cave, turning him into a mist of blood. The great Tao rumbled. Void essence appeared between GZ's hands. Layers of light rippled like water, forming a cycle of life and death there, binding the severed head, preventing its primordial spirit from escaping. Chi! Behind Yi Fan, the five-colored divine light appeared once again. The five treasured swords slashed downwards, smashing that saint's head into pieces. Lustrous white bone fragments and saint blood splashed out, and the primordial spirit cried out in fear. The sacred prince let out a long roar. The golden fur on his entire body stood on end, dazzling and sparkling. The 9 revolutions heavenly art was activated, and it was unyielding and domineering. The primordial spirit was covered in cracks, and it was on the verge of dispersing. No! Hu Yunxing cried out loudly. He never expected that he, an ancient saint, would be defeated by 3 Dao-severing experts, and now, his life couldn't be preserved, thus vanishing like smoke into thin air. Spare his life in exchange for the mother water marrow. Yi Fan stopped the sacred prince. Sacred prince thought for a bit. He didn't want to completely break off relations with an archaic imperial clan either. The Fire Qilin cavern was deep and immeasurable. That was the inheritance of an ancient emperor with a powerful bloodline. In the past, they could look down on the entire archaic immortal realms, and now they could still dominate the world. The Fire Qilin was infuriated. When he saw the primordial spirit of the ancient saint that was sent back, his eyebrows shot up. His long blue hair fluttered in the wind, and the ancient sovereign blood flowed in his slender and muscular body, giving off a thunderous sound. Even for the far ancient royal family, sages were the strongest combat power and were indispensable. The mother water marrow was sent back, but in exchange, she received a primordial spirit that was almost destroyed. The Fire Qilin couldn't take this lying down. He smashed the entire tea table with one palm, causing the Fire Qilin cave to gush with multicolored light and propitious qi to drown the entire important land of the ancient royal family. What are you doing? Hualin appeared. Her blue hair fell to her waist and was so bright that it could be seen as a mirror. Her figure was graceful, and she had bright eyes and white teeth. She was as graceful and intelligent as a fairy. I'm going to fight that monkey to determine who's stronger, Fire Qilin said. There was a knot in his heart. Back then, the battle where the heavenly prince died was something he couldn't accept. Even now, he still couldn't let it go. Hualin warned him, saying, "The victorious fighting Buddha is about to pass away and doesn't have many years left to live. It's not worth it to provoke that monkey now. If that old sacred ape goes crazy before his death and clears all the obstacles for his nephew, our race might not be able to endure it. I can provoke him, have a fair battle with him, untie the knot in my heart, and cut down his arrogance," the Fire Qilin said. His eyes were like 2 divine lamps, resplendent and intimidating. His aura was like a mountain, making the half-saints in the ancient cave tremble. Hualin objected and said, "Don't do these things. We will use the mothership we seized to head to the outer realms and make a trip to the eternal Lord Star. Then we will head to our race's true ancestral land. We can temper ourselves there and become the strongest under the starry skies." The Big Dipper star region was in a state of unrest. Traces of saints were appearing in the outer realms, coming for the path of immortality. Winds and clouds were stirring up the great earth. Meanwhile, the aftermath of the expedition to the eternal Lord Star hadn't dissipated yet and was becoming more and more intense. Now, apart from preparing to enter the outer realms and attack the eternal Lord Star, the most powerful archaic races were also discussing the most powerful evolutionary liquid. In the recent days, undercurrents were surging. Many king races were aware of this and were all fighting over the divine ores to store them. It was to the extent where the news of an ancient saint being killed in the Fire Qilin cave was known by others. This was a great disturbance that couldn't be calmed down because of the evolutionary liquid. The most powerful evolutionary liquid actually exists. It's truly heaven-defying. We must obtain it. Those ants look weak and only know how to rely on external objects, but they are also extraordinary. This kind of precious liquid that can promote bloodline evolution is truly extraordinary. We must obtain it. Let's fight into the eternal Lord Star region and seize their evolutionary liquid for our use. The 10,000 ancient races were discussing fervently. Every single one of them was very excited. They began to search for divine ores while preparing for the expedition. Now, the entire world was moving because of this matter. This was a chaotic situation. Before the expedition, before the great battle had even begun, the disturbance of the evolutionary liquid had already begun to spread through the Big Dipper star region. All the races were restless and couldn't calm down. All kinds of battles broke out from time to time, all for the sake of resources. In the following half a month, there would be bloodshed from time to time. Fortunately, it was all within a controllable range and didn't develop into a storm. Now, all kinds of valuable ores had reached sky-high prices in the various auction houses. Very few people were selling them, and everyone was hoarding them. Unfortunately, there weren't many truly valuable things left. Yifan and the others had seized the initiative, but it was already too late for the other great powers to follow suit. There were a few divine supplementary materials that couldn't be lacked. Among them, the mother water marrow was recovered, allowing everyone from the heavenly village to sigh in relief. Meanwhile, Yifan had the fire god stone on him. It was a stone that was fiery red like jade and had been obtained on the ancient starry sky path just like the Death World Heart. Meanwhile, the crucial Earth Dragon essence had also made some progress. Wang Shu, Dumbo, and Zhang Wuya had been walking around the mountains these days, searching for the dragon veins and gazing at the Earth Qi. Zhang Wuya was a descendant of the Yuan Taoist master. Yifan was able to obtain the heavenly book of source because of his guidance. Now, Yifan had already returned the book to the Zhang family. As for Wang Shu and Dumbo, they were known as the Silver Blood Emperors. They were originally part of the mining order that Yifan had established back then, and they had been trained by the Black Emperor to the Tao-severing realm. Immemorial silver blood flowed within their bodies. Back then, this race was known as the Uncrowned Emperors with terrifying strength. Now, their potential had been awakened in their bodies. Grandpa Zhang and the others are in trouble. Gu Fei and Gu Lin were the descendants of the marvelous diviner. Just like Yi Tong and little K.Er, they were the hope of the younger generation of the celestial court. Currently, the two of them were helpless against the saints, but they could perform divination on other people. Of course, they couldn't go too deep and could only perform some basic safety issues. When Yifan heard this, he immediately stepped into the domain gate and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Naturally, he wouldn't let anything happen to these people. Moreover, he had a clue about the Earth Dragon essence, and he would soon be able to refine the evolution fluid. There couldn't be any problems at this critical moment. This was a barren mountain range where not even a blade of grass grew. Could be called a barren land. It was precisely here that Zhang Wuya and the others discovered the Earth Dragon essence's aura. Yes, this is the place. There should be an Earth Dragon essence underground. Yifan nodded inwardly. At present, he was the #1 Genesis technique expert in the world. Not only had Zhang Wuya and the others found this place, but several Genesis technique worlds of the northern region had also found this place. There were even some ancients following behind them. One could imagine the extent of the competition for the divinity ores over the past few days. Even the ancients had gone to ask the human Genesis technique aristocratic families to take action. Zhang Wuye and the Silver Blood Emperors were trapped in a valley. If not for the uncrowned king's powerful bloodline, they would most likely have been attacked. Has the human race's sacred physique, Yifan, returned? The mixed Sky clan was ranked among the 10 strongest ancient royal clans. This wasn't some vicious 10 clans, but one of the 10 strongest royal clans outside of the royal clan. In the recent war, they weren't affected, but they had seized some battleships. They had learned a lot of facts and completely understood the secrets of the evolution fluid. Recently, 3 half-sages had led a team and asked the Genesis technique aristocratic families to search for the divinity ores for them. They had intercepted Zhang Wuye and the others here. If you don't speak, you won't be able to leave today. You can only die here. No one can save you. Speak quickly. Has the human race's sacred physique returned? What secrets did he bring back? Don't tell me you want us to search his soul? The Silver Blood Emperors protected Zhang Wuye and retreated without fear. They had the array platform given to them by the Black Emperor. Breaking out of the encirclement and protecting themselves was not a problem. Boom! Suddenly, the Genesis chi in the earth veins boiled and turned into giant swords that soared into the sky. They exploded among the ancients on the spot. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and a large number of them died. Yifan strode over. When his true body appeared, the group of ancients was so shocked that they all retreated. His name was like a tree's shadow, and the group of people turned pale. "You're really back." The three half-sages retreated. Their scalps were numb, their hair stood on end, and they had goosebumps. What kind of person was Yifan? Everyone knew about the Big Dipper. He was not afraid of the ancients. He had even killed the celestial prince and destroyed the 8 divine generals. The things he had done were shocking. Run! The three half-sages' faces were drained of blood. They rushed into the distance, and the others also scattered like birds and beasts. However, it was too late. Yifan had used a Genesis technique. There was a large amount of Genesis energy in this mountain range which was under his control. It immediately turned into a blood-red battlefield. No one could escape. Yifan's Genesis technique was extraordinary. He used a forbidden Genesis technique to sweep this place in all directions. The three half-sages exploded one after another and died. Earth Dragon Essence. An hour later, Zhang Wuye was excited. He hadn't thought that he would be able to dig out such an item in his lifetime. He picked up a stone egg from under a large piece of divine source. It was warm all over and contained a powerful life force. It was also Yifan's first time seeing it. This was a wondrous object born from divine source. It had condensed with the essence of the earth and turned into an egg shape. It was called Earth Dragon Essence. It had nurtured a large amount of life essence. Powerful earth essence chi. It's really a good fortune. People of the underground cave, come out. I don't care who you are. Hand over the Earth Dragon Essence and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, there won't even be a corpse left. An arrogant and conceited voice was heard. A group of people stood in the mountain range and blocked the entrance to the underground cave. You're trying to snatch it from me, Yifan sneered. From this, it could be imagined that the undercurrents were surging so fiercely. To what extent was the fight over the divine or? Who are you people? The 2 Silver-Blood Emperors were the first to come out. First King Tribe, a young man said proudly. His skin was fair and not much different from a human's. The only difference was that he had a divine ring behind his head. Yifan's heart was moved. He had heard the sacred prince say that apart from the ancient imperial family, the first king tribe was known as the number 1 of the 10 great king tribes. They were much stronger than the mixed sky tribe and the demon ox king tribe. Offer up your earth dragon essence and kneel to the side. I'll spare your lives, the young man said. The group of people behind him shouted loudly. Their divine voices were deafening. Every one of them had a divine ring behind their head that was dazzling. I thought it was Huang Shudao, the fire Qilin, and the dragon lady of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Yifan walked out while supporting Zhang Wuye. He glanced at them indifferently. You're the human race's holy physique, Yifan. You've really returned. The young man's expression changed on the spot. He was indeed very powerful and was known as an outstanding talent outside of the ancient imperial family. However, at this moment, his face was pale and he was incomparably frightened. That's right, it's me. Do you want me to kneel? Yifan asked. No, there's a misunderstanding here. I thought it was my enemy here, the young man from the first king tribe said in a trembling voice. He immediately fled, and the others followed. They knew very well that this was a killing star. Even the ancient imperial family was slaughtered without hesitation, let alone a descendant of the 10 great king tribes. Bloody light covered the sun. Yifan used his Genesis technique and drowned everyone. A large amount of blood vapor rose, and miserable screams rose one after another. In this place, there was an underground dragon vein that contained endless Genesis chi. Yifan was practically invincible and could challenge a saint. With the Earth Dragon essence in hand, Yifan and the others returned to the heavenly village. Now they only lacked one crucial supplementary material, the windbone wood. After gathering the main divinity materials, over 100 supplementary materials, the Earth Dragon Essence, Fire Godstone, Wind Bone Wood, and Water Marrow Mother were indispensable. They represented the 4 divinities of Earth, Fire, Wind, and Water. 2 days later, good news came. When Yitong was searching in the central region, the current holy master of the Feng tribe, Wind Phoenix, gifted him a piece of wind bone wood. This moved Yi Fan's heart. He nodded and didn't say anything else. Now that all kinds of divine materials were gathered, he could finally refine the evolution liquid. We have all the materials. Moreover, the Genesis Lifestone, the heart of the Death Realm, and the Destiny Divine Rock are in large quantities. The refined precious liquid should be enough. Chapter 1189. Heavenly Village was a peaceful small world, established by ancient sages. The mountain peaks were beautiful. There were many spiritual springs and silver waterfalls. The valley walls extraordinary, old pines taking root, the scenery magnificent. At this moment, a cauldron was rising and falling. Hazy mists surrounded it, releasing a medicinal fragrance that refreshed one's mind. Yi Fan and the others did not waste any time. After gathering all the divine materials, they immediately started refining the strongest evolution fluid. The Heavens Mandate Divine Rock, Heart of Death World, Absolute Beginning Life Stone, Immortal Elixir, Divine Blood, and other main materials were thrown in one after another. Then, over 100 supplementary materials, each of which was priceless, were all combined into one furnace. When choosing a pill furnace, everyone specially discussed it. At first, they wanted to use the goddess furnace, but later on, they rejected this idea. Even though this was the ancient great sage's precious furnace, and it was forged with the help of Hong Yu Great Emperor, it wasn't suitable for medicine refinement. It was too domineering and unyielding, but it wasn't peaceful enough. The fire energy inside was too heavy, and it possessed an offensive nature. In the end, everyone unanimously decided to use Yi Fan's cauldron to extract the evolution liquid. It was just right. This was because the source energy of all living things was a type of supreme immortal energy that existed during the creation of the heavens. Refining the precious liquid might be able to play a crucial role. Moreover, the reason he didn't choose the goddess furnace was because it wasn't a specialized furnace. Its killing intent was too great, and after killing who knew how many experts over the years, it had never been cleansed or refined. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's cauldron was different. As the source energy of all things, it had never been tainted by the mortal world. It was innately isolated from the aura of death, transcending the world. Regardless of whether it was a weapon or a medicinal cauldron, this cauldron was a supreme existence in the world. It was likely that Emperor Vicious had considered all aspects when choosing this cauldron. The spiritual spring gurgled, the ancient pine trees stood tall, the silver moon hung high in the sky, the village of heaven was completely silent. The great cauldron rose and fell. Many people didn't feel sleepy, all of them staring at it. They clearly knew that it would take several months, but they still felt excited. This carried their hopes. All life source energy swirled, stirring up the sun, moon, and stars in the sky. Streak after streak of stellar splendor scattered down, in the end becoming a vast expanse of whiteness, all of it flowing into the cauldron. That place was overflowing with clouds and multicolored light. The cauldron was wrapped within immortal energy, producing endless life force. All types of Tao radiance were faintly discernible, making it look mysterious and unfathomable. The extraction of the strongest evolution liquid was progressing smoothly. There were people watching over it at all times, not allowing the slightest mistake. Because of this, Killing Saint sat under an ancient tree, allowing the leaves to fall and the ancient vines to sway. He didn't move at all, as if he was petrified there. The most powerful evolutionary liquid had great implications. It might be able to allow Imperial Court to soar into the heavens. It was related to the future of this inheritance. He had to personally sit in seclusion for several months without moving. As for the others, they were all like this as well. Every day, they would take turns to stand guard over him, and the large black dog was even more fervent. He was almost drooling, and didn't leave his side for even a moment. The captives from the 12 royal families were all shocked. They had never thought that they could gather enough divine materials to refine the 4th stage of the evolution liquid. This was simply a miracle. In Eternal Kingdom, if the top forces wanted to start a furnace, they would have to prepare for hundreds of years. They would search through the ancient star field one after another, but they might not be able to find the divinity ores they needed. How could the people here say that they wanted to smelt the divinity ores immediately? The Eternal Kingdom didn't trust Yifan. There were people watching over their sea of consciousness to correct the flaws in the refining process. Of course, Yifan and the others didn't trust them. There were people watching over their sea of consciousness to correct the flaws in the refining process. For the first few days, everyone stayed close to each other. After half a month, they finally calmed down and began to do their own things. Extracting the 4th stage of evolution liquid wasn't easy. It was very complicated. Even with the methods of the ancient gods, it would take 4 months at least. During these days, the outside world was even more restless. There were many bloody incidents. The races fought over the divine ores. This wasn't a secret. Everyone knew about the evolution liquid. However, no one could refine it on their own, so they couldn't gather the most important main material. Let's go on an expedition to the Eternal Lord planet. They have the evolution liquid there, and the great clans must have accumulated a lot of materials in their treasury. War and attack. This became a consensus. It turned into a storm. The ancient great clans all wanted to go on an expedition and occupy the Eternal Lord planet. For revenge and to obtain the strongest bloodline evolution liquid, it was worth it to charge into the galaxy. The people of the heavenly village completely calmed down. Li Heishui, Li Tian, the large black dog, and the others were relatively calm. They went out to look for treasures from time to time. They had a relaxed attitude and looked for ores. Yifan left for 2 years. It wasn't a long time. When the heavenly village's medicine refinement was on the right track and everything stabilized, he started to look for some old friends. Unfortunately, Gai Jiao, Divine King Jiang, and the others were elusive. He couldn't find them at all. Then, he went to an important place of the demon race to see the Red Dragon Taoist, the Peacock King, and the others. He also secretly went to the Jiang family to see little Tingting, which made her very excited. He also went to the Jade Pool to see his friends and observe the 9 orifices divine fetus. He also left his footprints in the Western Desert, Southern Mountains, Central State, and Northern Plains. However, he didn't see An Miaoyi in the Buddha Nation. She sealed herself in the 9-story stone tower and cultivated in seclusion for 2 years. Southern Region, Supreme Mystery Clumsy Peak. Weeds grew everywhere, and broken walls were in ruins. The scenery was the same as before. The progress of Zhang Wenchang's cultivation was really very slow. After so many years, he was still in the dragon transformation mystery realm. He hadn't ascended to the celestial platform yet. Yifan was quite speechless when he saw this. However, after careful observation, he discovered that Zhang Wenchang's Tao foundation was very solid, so much so that it was too solid. It was really built up bit by bit. Just like how Yifan treated Komatsu so strictly, Li Ruoyu didn't allow Zhang Wenchang to break through easily. Every step he took was very steady. When they met again, Zhang Wenchang was more composed. Even when talking about his wife, children, and parents, he could face them calmly. The hair on his temples was dyed white, and there was a kind of vicissitudes in his eyes. "If there's a chance to go back, will you make a move?" Yifan asked. And now, the heavenly village had 2 motherships that could perform spatial warp. He knew the coordinates of Earth in the starry sky, so he could naturally set foot on the way back. However, if he wanted to go back, he had to strictly keep it a secret. He didn't allow others to follow him because he didn't want to become a sinner. If the flames of war were to be drawn there, it would be big trouble. Moreover, he was a little worried about the mothership. He was afraid that the mothership had an unbreakable connection with the Lord Eternal Planet. If they found out about it, it might be a disaster. Going back won't change anything. My children have already grown up, and my wife has another family. If I appear in front of them, it will only add to their sadness. Rather than that, Zhang Wenchang fell silent as he spoke up to hear. He had changed a lot. He was no longer like before, only reminiscing about the past, unable to extricate himself. Now, many things in his heart seem to have been opened up. In the future, I will go back. I will only look at them from afar, just a glance. I won't appear, won't meet them. Zhang Wenchang's voice became softer and softer as he spoke. In the end, tears trickled down. In the end, Zhang Wenchang took out a scripture. There was a lot of information recorded on it, such as flowers, birds, fish, insects, ancient medicine cultivation. There was a great variety. It was a pleasure to cultivate one's nature and sharpen one's Tao self. This was an ancient scripture. It was given to Yi Fan by the Central Continent's Princess Yu Dai. It recorded the natural great Tao, and he had given it to Li Ruoyu. In the past, Li Ruoyu had said that when Yi Fan was about to break through to the Saint Realm, he could come here to take it back. Li Ruoyu had long since left to wander the world. Before leaving, he told Zhang Wenchang that if Yi Fan returned from the starry sky, he should return the scripture to him. Yi Fan left. He walked on the great earth, observing the sun, moon, rivers, and mountains. He entered deep mountains and great lakes, searching for dragon caves. There would be a great battle in the future, and the Big Dipper Star region would be the main battlefield. Everything was for that immortal, the path of immortality. Yi Fan began to think about the long term. He would inevitably become the Yuan Taoist master. There was only a fine line between them. The mountains, rivers, and great earth would all become weapons in his hands. Now he carefully observed. He saw many friends. It had only been 2 years since he left. It wasn't that long ago, so he didn't miss them too much. However, there was a bit of unnaturalness in the depths of his heart. He thought of a little guy who unknowingly arrived in Yen country. It was here that he met the little girl in the past. But now the city was destroyed, and the people were gone. There was only desolation everywhere. After so many years, it was as if she had disappeared from the world. The Black Emperor almost turned the earth upside down, but he couldn't find any traces of her. Yi Fan used Phoenix Blood Gold, Immortal Tears Green Gold, and other immortal materials as rewards, but no one could provide any valuable clues. Apart from a few people who wanted to swindle him, no one could provide any valuable clues. Eternal Expedition. The archaic king race finally took action. The first expeditionary army was assembled. Because the number of motherships was limited, this was a multi-race allied army. The ancient race didn't immediately launch an all-out attack. This group of people also had the nature of scouting. Even though they clamored that the people of the Eternal Lord Star were ants, they didn't dare to be careless. After all, the Eternal Lord Star wiped out a few ancient race ancestral kings in the last great battle, and even more races were completely obliterated. This made them feel restraining fear. Great chaos is about to rise. Are the two great civilization systems finally going to collide? Yi Fan watched the ancient race allied army leave with his own eyes. The ancient race was very valiant, and their experts were as many as trees in a forest. However, if this group of scouts stirred up a storm over there, they might not necessarily be able to gain an advantage. After all, the Eternal Lord Star had produced deities in the past. Success, the first stage of the evolution liquid, has been refined. Cheers sounded from the heavenly village. The all-life energy cauldron was curled up by immortal mist, and auspicious colors gushed out. The precious liquid was sparkling and translucent as it splashed high into the air, affecting everyone's nerves. Put away the initial liquid and continue to extract the second stage of the evolution liquid. From this day onwards, Li Heishui, Li Tian, Yan Ishi, and the others began to cultivate in seclusion, using the first stage of the evolution liquid to break through to a higher realm. As for the Sacred Prince and GZ, they needed at least the second stage of the evolution liquid to be effective. Their bloodlines and strength were there, so they could only wait. Yi Tong had reached the crucial moment of severing his Tao, so he wasn't allowed to use this precious liquid. His future prospects were boundless, and this hurdle required comprehension of the Tao. He couldn't rely on external forces and could only rely on himself to break through. Another month passed, and the second stage of the evolution liquid was successfully refined. GZ and the Sacred Prince went into seclusion, and just like Yi Fan in the past, They were about to break through. In the third month, the all-life energy cauldron floated up and down in the mountains. Millions and millions of strands of multicolored light shone, and all kinds of strange scenes appeared. Azure dragons, immortal phoenixes, flying immortals, and ancient deities appeared at the same time. The great Tao rumbled, and the radiance was endless. The higher level of the evolution liquid was successfully refined. Chapter 1190. Everyone had high hopes for the expedition of the supreme ancient imperial family. Although it was just a scouting expedition, once they understood the situation, it was very likely that it would bring them a great opportunity. The strongest evolutionary fluid became everyone's obsession. All the races were waiting for news. When they received specific information, they would send out an overwhelming army. The heavenly village became quiet. Even the large black dog went into seclusion with drool dripping from his mouth. He was going to cleanse his body and break through. As the first, second, and third stages of the evolutionary fluid were successfully extracted, the important figures of the celestial court all went into seclusion. There were only a few people left. The killing saint stood still like a stone statue. He sat cross-legged under an ancient tree and guarded the all-life source cauldron. Apart from this, Yifan was also free. He was waiting for the fourth stage of the evolutionary fluid. The first three stages were useless to him and couldn't help him break through. In these days, he had been reading the great Tao of nature and studying the meaning of this ancient scripture. He deeply understood the difficulty of becoming a saint. This was a heavenly barrier. Stepping over it, breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. However, it was easier said than done to transform from a worm into a brightly colored butterfly. Since ancient times, who knew how many heroes had been stopped at this door? Since ancient times, billions of cultivators didn't transform into butterflies. Instead, they were trapped in a dead cocoon and couldn't break through. After reading for a long time, Yifan closed the ancient scroll. He was waiting for the fourth stage of the evolutionary fluid. As long as he successfully extracted it, he would be able to advance to the next level and fight a saint. There was still one person in the heavenly village who hadn't used the evolutionary fluid, and that was Yitong. He was about to sever his Tao, so he had to rely on himself for everything. Master, I plan to go out and look for an opportunity to break through the shackles. Yitong planned to travel the world and make the final attempt to sever his Tao. Go! Yifan nodded. Senior brother, I'll go with you. We'll be a pair of peerless prodigies, and the whole world will respect us. The little baldy Huahua said. He was young but full of mischief. He was naturally a free person, and he ran around happily. Go cultivate obediently. Yifan chased him away. The all-life source cauldron's aura was peaceful. During these few months, it had always been wrapped within immortal mist, becoming more and more extraordinary. Refining medicine, resonating with the great Tao was beneficial to it as well. Immortal light surged, and all types of divine chains of order shot out in all directions. The mortal energy couldn't get close to its body. Its entire body was engraved with symbols, and those were complex and indescribable Tao marks that were born along with all types of past tribulations and punishments. Yifan took a look at his cauldron and cleared his mind. He closed his eyes and started to comprehend the great Tao of nature again. In the outside world, the various ancient races were all waiting in anticipation, hoping for good news to arrive from eternal overlord planet. Evolutionary fluid was extremely important and they all desired it greatly. The storm had calmed down a little during this period of time, and the competition for various divinity ores had come to an end because there was really nothing left to trade. Yitong transformed into an ordinary youth. He walked a bitter path and entered the central plains. He was asking himself what exactly he was lacking. He was asking himself how he could sever it. Along the way, he forgot about everything else. There was only the word severing Tao in his mind. Only after a long time did he think of the bitterness of his childhood. The declining sun god race was completely exterminated by others. He thought of that old servant who died to save him. He thought of the isolation he felt back then, talking to himself with a small animal. Finally, he thought of Yifan. It was this master who saved him, imparted him a technique, and opened up his immortal platform, allowing the profound mysteries of the sun scripture of the distant ancestor to appear in his heart. He possessed a flawless sun scripture. This was a secret left behind in the blood of their race by the distant ancestor. Even though the scripture had long been lost, as long as someone with the same bloodline as the Sun Saint Sovereign appeared, they would be able to obtain it. Severing the Tao, sever endless obsessions, break through endless fabrications. Yitong wandered aimlessly, all alone. As he was severing his Tao, he thought back to the tragic scene when he was hunted down by the Golden Crow race on the Emperor Star Planet. Father, mother, the pain in his heart, the bitter experiences of his childhood, appeared one by one. After so many years, he sealed himself away, not willing to face them. But now that he was about to sever his Tao, the scars he was most unwilling to open would be ruthlessly peeled off. Elder sister, I miss you. Yitong's eyes were filled with tears as he involuntarily screamed. He had a little sister who risked her life to save him in that dangerous situation. Her entire body was covered in blood, but she still smiled radiantly at him, telling him to continue living on. That was just a little girl with extraordinary talent. She was a heaven-defying genius, but she was still too young and had yet to mature. Little brother, you have to be good. Yitong could still clearly hear the voice of the little sister in his ears. That beautiful little girl said this to him before she died. Her tears flowed, but there was a smile on her face, telling him that he had to live on and grow up to be an adult. Little sister, I survived. Yitong's tears rolled down his face. He stretched out his hands and stroked forward, wanting to touch the tender face of the little girl who had a look of concern on her face. She was smiling, yet there were tears in her eyes. She consoled him when his family was destroyed, telling him to be strong. Golden crows whistled through the air. Beams of golden light arced through the air. The dilapidated palaces, the declining clans, they all fled towards the sea, being pursued endlessly. Dead, they were all dead. The blood was cold and glaring. Lives were withering one after another. His loved ones left one after another, unable to be caught even if he wanted to. They died in battle in front of him, fighting for a path of survival for him. Yitong cried. Although many years had passed, everything that happened was still vivid in his mind, causing him to feel pain in his heart. Severing the Tao was the cruelest path. Everything would reappear, and he would have to experience it all again. After being sealed for so many years, Yifan saved him, but he couldn't completely save his tender heart. That young child was sealed in his heart by himself. And now the scar was opened, dripping with blood. That child of the past had appeared. A pitiful child walked forward alone, not trusting anyone. He trembled in fear and only dared to talk to the birds in the forest. His eyes were filled with tears as he raised his head and asked a little bird, how far was forever? Father said that he would always silently protect me. When would the future be? Little sister said that she would appear in the future and come to see me. I know they won't appear. Just like Uncle Jiang, they all died to protect me. Forever. These were the memories of a 5- or 6-year-old child. At this moment, Yitong's heart was torn apart. He couldn't help but cry out. Yitong was in great pain. He walked on the path of severing the Tao, and the bitter memories of family were only a part of severing the Tao. It was difficult for him to bear. This was because this was the pain of his childhood, and it had caused him serious injuries. He was a person who valued friendship. He couldn't bear it, couldn't forget it, and when he faced it again, there was only blood. How did Master sever the Tao? When he returned, he just happened to receive the grievous news of his parents' passing. He suffered a lot, but he didn't say anything. I have to persevere. Master once said that pain is good, sorrow is good. Blood is the only thing that can be known. There is no need to shout and scream, no need to let the whole world know that the path of cultivation is miserable. Only by chewing on the loneliness and tasting the bitterness can one reach heights. This is nothing. Master even severed the great Tao, so this is nothing. I have to face it, I have to face it. Sooner or later, I will return to the North Star and fill in the soil of little sister's desolate grave. Yi Tong's gaze became more and more resolute. He walked out of his own bitter world and allowed the young child that had been sealed in his heart to move forward with others. He was no longer sealed. His body shone brightly like a divine sun in the sky. With every step he took, his entire body was submerged in blazing light, and he turned into a sun god. My Tao, my path, does not follow Master's path. It transcends the scriptures of my ancestors and is not bound by the path of those before me. It begins with the sun scripture and ends with the source of the sun. Yi Tong's eyes became more and more resplendent. He walked forward resolutely, ascending into the sky in the great wilderness, step by step towards the sun in the sky. I cultivate the sun scripture. Since ancient times, there have never been two people who proved the Tao on the same path. In order to break away from it, I can only start from the source. Yi Tong activated the chessboard formation platform and stepped into the realm gate. He rushed towards the sun, wanting to slash out his own unique Tao and ascend to the peak. When he appeared again, endless flame essences danced about. Raging flames raged and burned. This was a country of fire. Yi Tong approached the sun. The blazing light and terrifying heat were enough to incinerate everything in the world. He cultivated the sun scripture, so his entire body was bathed in flames and was imperishable. He wanted to enter the sun and slash out his own path. If the outside world knew of this, they would definitely think that he had gone mad. Not even many ancient saints dared to do so. Ooh, this is too shocking. The Big Dipper star region's sun has the imprint of an ancient great emperor. An ancient golden crow flapped its wings and attacked the sun. Look, there are a few golden leaves in the sun. They look like the essence leaves of the Fusang divine tree. They have the imprint of a great emperor carved on them. They have existed since ancient times and are difficult to erase. Another golden crow cried out. After Yi Fan returned, he had asked the killing saint about the situation and learned that 2 golden crows had come to the Big Dipper. He was shocked at that time. It was because these 2 ancient saints came from an ancient star called Hwasong Star. That was the world of golden crows, and the hero Great E was killed precisely by the quasi-emperor there. These 2 golden crows precisely came from Hwasong Star. They were scouting for the even more powerful golden crows. After they appeared in Central Continent, they then rushed towards the sun to explore historical remains. There's a little demon over there. He actually has an innate extreme young body, even more terrifying than my golden crow race's fire body. The sun's essence has entered and cleansed his flesh. It cannot be harmed in the slightest and is strengthening his life force. It is comparable to my clan's great emperor when he was young. The 2 golden crows discovered Yi Tong. They both revealed looks of shock. Then, they discovered that Yi Tong was going to sever his Tao and travel alone. He was actually going to enter the sun and rush towards those golden leaves. Shwa! The 2 golden crows appeared, cutting off his path. They revealed looks of shock. This was definitely a rarely seen human race immortal seed since the ancient times. Little friend, I can see that your divine aptitude is heavenly. Are you willing to enter my golden crow race's sect? We will pass down an unmatched precious scripture to you. Yi Tong's eyes immediately became clear again. When he saw the 2 golden crows, his eyes immediately became vertical. He thought of his father, mother, as well as his tender little sister. They were all exterminated by the golden crow race. I'm not willing. He refused without the slightest hesitation. Why? We are saints. Is that Tao not worthy of being your master? One of the golden crows said. I already have a master, so I won't join anyone else's sect. Yi Tong replied. Is that so? Let me see just how powerful your master is. A golden crow reached out its hand, capturing the will within the depths of Yi Tong's brows. He didn't want to miss out on this extreme young body, because it would be extremely useful for him to break through cultivation realms in the future. This was a rarely seen immortal seed. Regardless of whether it was used as a disciple or as a cauldron, its value was immeasurable. The other golden crow also made its move, wanting to restrain Yi Tong's mystic arts. However, The Sun Sutra had merged with Yi Tong's blood, turning into mysterious symbols that were difficult to take shape. Only a few golden symbols could be faintly seen. What this might be, great emperor's symbols. The two golden crows were immediately shocked, and then they revealed expressions of joy. Good, 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 we are fated to be master and disciple. The two golden crows' bodies shone with resplendent golden light. They had to grasp this youth in their hands. They couldn't let him go. I already have a master, so I won't take another one, Yi Tong said. However, under saints all were ants. No matter how stunning he was still someone who was about to sever the Tao. The difference in cultivation realms was too great, so there was no way for him to contend against them. One of the golden crows pointed out, capturing his will. He saw his master, Yi Fan, and understood many things. So it turns out to be the human race's holy body. I heard about this person as soon as I arrived in the star domain, and I didn't want him to be your master. However, what does he count for? He's just an insignificant Tao-severing warrior. How can he compare to saints like us? He's just an ant. I can destroy him with a wave of my hand. My good disciple, come with us. How can that holy body compare to us? If you don't believe me, I'll turn my hand and suppress him. The two of them were determined not to let him go. They had to extract the great emperor's symbols flowing in Yi Tong's blood, and they had to take him with them. To them, he was priceless. Yi Tong was furious, but he couldn't move. He had no way to resist the saints. In the heavenly village, the siblings Gu Lin and Gu Fei quickly found Yi Fan and anxiously reported that Yi Tong might be in trouble. On the sun, the siblings were the descendants of the marvelous diviner. They had grasped extraordinary divine arts of divination, so they divined Yi Tong's location. Yi Fan didn't say much. He immediately took out a formation platform and entered the void, charging toward the sun. Chapter 1191. You guys actually extracted such a heaven-defying precious liquid. It can break through the shackles of heaven and earth and become saints in one go. An ancient golden crow cried out in shock. They were ancient saints with boundless magical force. With a turn of their hands, they could easily extract Yi Tong's will and read it. Ha ha! The other ancient golden crow laughed loudly, feeling extremely satisfied. The evolutionary liquid refined from the absolute beginning lifestone was equivalent to a divine pill. It was definitely priceless. I truly never thought that there would be such a world-defying opportunity after coming to this ancient star region. Good. Let's go and seize this opportunity. They had long become saints and couldn't use the fourth stage of the evolutionary liquid to break through. However, how could the precious liquid refined from the absolute beginning life stone and undying immortal medicine be ordinary? It could regenerate flesh and bones from the dead and allow the body to live forever. The auras of the two ancient golden crows were like blades that could split the sky. The golden feathers on their bodies trembled, causing everything in the void to collapse. Overflowing golden demonic energy rushed out from their bodies. Sun God body, imperial scriptures contained in her blood, great secrets within her heart, evolutionary liquid, and other things made the eyes of the two ancient golden crows burn with radiance. The way they looked at Yi Tong became even more extraordinary. Enter my golden crow race and your future will be limitless. You will definitely shine with resplendent brilliance. Yi Tong resisted. There was no way she would yield. We will make you change your mind. Don't you have a master? He's just a Tao severer. We'll go kill him in a bit. The two ancient golden crows were extremely calm. As saints, they looked down on the common people like ants. They could kill cultivators who hadn't become saints with a raise of their hands. Wu, the most powerful evolutionary liquid, is being extracted from the heavenly village. Let me see exactly how to go and seize this opportunity. One of the ancient golden crows stretched out his hand, wanting to completely see through Yi Tong's immortal platform and understand all of its secrets. Chi! Suddenly, 5 colored divine light swept over, turning into 5 precious swords that were suffused with primal chaos aura. They were exceptionally sharp and abruptly hacked out. Pooh! Bloody light flashed. One of the golden crow's fingers was sliced off. Blood splashed everywhere, causing his expression to change greatly. After becoming a saint for so many years, no one could injure him. Today, his finger was actually sliced off. Carrying Yi Tong, he rapidly retreated several thousand zhang away. His expression was unsightly, and his golden eyes were like lightning as he stared at the original spot. Naturally, Yi Fan had arrived. He entered the ancient Saint Mecha suit and performed the supreme assassination secret art of the celestial court, cutting off one of the saint's fingers. "Who are you?" shouted another golden crow. "I'm just an ant in your eyes, a mere Dao Severer. I'm Yi Fan." Yi Fan stood tall in the void, facing the extreme yang flame essence. His entire body was overflowing with light. Although he didn't have a fire body, he was comparable to an ancient saint and didn't fear any holy radiance. He had Yi Tong's imprint, so he was able to find him immediately outside the sun. Although Yi Fan had cut off the sage's finger with the five-colored divine light, he didn't dare to be careless. In terms of true strength, he still couldn't compare to the sage. The success he had just achieved was mainly due to his sneak attack. His expression was solemn as he sized up the two ancient saints. Their bodies were shriveled, but their spirits were high. Their shriveled bodies seemed to be made of pure gold. They wore golden robes and were shrouded in holy light. Just by standing there, they could suffocate all living things. This was the might of a sage. Yi Fan knew that his disciple was in trouble, but he didn't expect to provoke two sages at once. Now that he had arrived, he frowned and had to be careful, because if he didn't handle this well, both of them might die here. "Master!" Yi Tong was anxious and worried. He knew how powerful his master was, but he didn't think that he could fight against two golden crows. "So you're Yi Fan, the so-called saint physique of the human race? I've heard some things about you since I came to this galaxy, but you don't seem to be much," said one of the golden crows coldly. "Let go of my disciple." Yi Fan was expressionless. The other golden crow said calmly, "This child is fated with our golden crow race, and he will become our disciple. Becoming your disciple is really delaying his future. If you think about his future, you should let go. Let go of me. I will never become a golden crow, and I will never become a disciple of another sect. I only have one master." Yi Tong said resolutely. "You heard him. Let go of him. He's just my disciple," said Yi Fan. "You overestimate yourself. You're just a Dao Severer. What qualifications do you have to compete with us for a disciple? I've already given you enough dignity and courtesy. If you don't know when to back off, I'll kill you with a raise of my hand." The golden crow who had lost a finger said coldly. At this moment, the golden crow's blood flowed in reverse, and his broken finger grew back. He quickly recovered. His expression was gloomy, and his killing intent was revealed. Having his finger cut off by a Dao Severer could be considered a great humiliation. He didn't act out immediately, but that didn't mean that he didn't care as a sage. "If you want to compete with me over a disciple, then I can keep you company." Yi Fan was going to fight. He walked forward, his expression extremely cold. "You all think that you are high up above, but when facing an ant like me, can you let go of my disciple first? Could it be that you are scared?" An ancient golden crow laughed loudly. He let go of Yi Tong, sending him several li out. He wasn't worried that he would leave, because there was a Dao imprint left in his body that could instantly bring him to him. "We are saints, so what do we have to be scared of? We sit in the 9 heavens, overlook the common people, view you like weeds. If I don't like you, I can casually pull you out." Another ancient golden crow said. Even though this was the case, he didn't look down on Yi Fan. After all, Yi Fan had injured one of their fingers, even though it was a sneak attack. "Then let's fight," Yi Fan said. "Ha ha! How laughable! Is there even a need to fight against you? You don't have the qualifications. I can wipe you out with a turn of my hand." The ancient golden crow laughed loudly. At the same time, a large hand slapped over. Even though he said this, he secretly transferred terrifying heavenly Dao power. This was the reason why saints could look down on all life. When one's body merged with the Dao, all things in the heavens would be merged with the body. One's own body would become a great Dao. His true body would rise above the sun and moon, descend into the 9 layers of mountains and rivers. There was nothing he couldn't do. At this moment, the great Tao of heaven and earth resonated, the stellar domain rumbling. The enormous sun that was inches away burned, as if it was trembling because of him, suppressing downwards. Divine chains of order appeared in tens of thousands of streaks. The void collapsed, all types of natural laws turning into light that submerged Yifan. This was definitely fatal. The ancient Golden Crow's words were full of contempt, but when he truly took action, he was like a lion hunting a rabbit. He didn't hold back at all, wishing to wipe out the human race's divine body with a single strike. Hung long. Heaven and earth collapsed, the sun and moon both trembling. The great Tao divine laws completely exploded, destroying everything. Yifan's expression changed. He entered the ancient divine war tool, operating all of his magical force. His entire body shone, supporting an exceptional irregular scene. The celestial king descending to the 9 heavens, the golden bitter sea, the chaotic green lotus, and the beautiful land and mountains were linked together, forming a real world. It was like the 6 paths of reincarnation, as if the world was being reopened. The blazing light and the indistinct irregular scene were not perfect, but when Yifan used it with all his strength, it was still very shocking. The indistinct irregular scene was like a heavenly blade, forcibly tearing apart the endless natural laws of the saints. It cut open a part of the void and struggled free. Yifan defended and attacked. Endless irregular scenes crushed forward, wanting to envelop the Golden Crows. The 2 ancient Golden Crows revealed strange expressions. All of this was too unimaginable. He was just a Tao Severer, but with the help of that war tool he could actually fight against one of them. Boom! This attack ended. Yifan swept through the 9 heavens, tearing apart tens of thousands of natural laws. He flew out and stood in front of Yitong, shielding her behind him. The ancient Golden Crow's expression was ugly. He actually didn't manage to take down Yifan. Just now, he wanted to kill him with a wave of his hand, but Yifan had resolved the killing situation. Human Saint Physique, you do have some skills. I admit that I underestimated you. Today, let's see if you can escape from the palm of my hand. He shouted softly, and a 3-legged crow appeared behind him. Its whole body seemed to be made of gold, not black, and its brilliance covered the sun. With a long and clear cry, the feathers of the golden crow behind him fluttered and clanked. Countless golden swords flew out, tearing apart the sky. Clang! Yifan actually went tit for tat and didn't retreat. The void behind him split open, turning into a golden world. All kinds of weapons flew out and slashed forward, contending against every single golden sword. This was a killing calamity. If it was carried out in the mortal world, the people would definitely be in an abyss of misery. They fought in front of the sun, causing flames to surge into the sky and clouds to stretch endlessly. Golden divine treasures appeared behind Yifan. Golden pagodas, divine swords, Tao bells, gourds, and other things turned into a dense rain of light. They collided with the golden crow's feather swords, and sounds rang out incessantly. I can't let you live. The ancient golden crow was astonished. He didn't expect that a Tao Severer could use a war tool to stop him. It was difficult to take him down in a short amount of time. This made him feel gloomy. How powerful would this person be if he became a saint? Perhaps killing him a step earlier was the best choice. The other golden crow that hadn't made a move was also indecisive. In their original estimations, if any one of them used their full strength, they could kill Yifan with a flip of their hand. At this moment, their hearts were shaken. Master, I'm going to sever the Tao. I need to enter the sun. Yitong suddenly transmitted a message, revealing an uneasy expression. Yifan frowned. It was extremely dangerous to sever the Tao at this time, and he couldn't allow anyone to disturb him. However, he couldn't even find a quiet place. Yitong's Tao was very special, and he needed to enter the scorching sun. Severing the Tao was extremely crucial for cultivators. It affected their lifetime accomplishments, and if they failed, they might very well turn into ashes. Go. Enter the sun and comprehend the Tao in peace. "There's no need to worry about anything outside," said Yifan. Yitong was his eldest disciple, and this was the most crucial moment. No matter what, he had to protect him well and not allow anything to happen to him. Yitong nodded, and then he turned around and entered the sun. He understood that his master had already made up his mind. It was useless no matter what he said. The best way to resolve this was to smoothly sever the Tao. A golden crow sneered and said, "Do you think you can stop me? You still want to protect the Tao here? Overestimating your capabilities. Today, I will split apart your primordial spirit, search your sea of consciousness, and slaughter my way into the heavenly village. Watch how I seize your celestial court's natural luck." He flapped his wings and released a long cry. Holy might surged, covering heaven and earth. In that instant, even the sun began to tremble. The natural laws of the heavenly Tao were at his disposal. This wasn't an ordinary ancient saint. This golden crow had already become a saint 1,000 years ago. His cultivation was profound, and his magical force was boundless, exceeding ordinary saints. Wang! Suddenly, a terrifying aura spread out. 2 black arrows appeared between Yifan's fingers, releasing an incomparably strange power. Even Yifan was shocked. It was because these arrows seemed to be a bit different when facing the golden crow. This was a weapon made from the leftover materials of Yi shooting down the sun. It had been mysterious since ancient times and had accompanied many experts. It was an ancient secret treasure. Shoo! A black arrow flew out, shattering the sky dome. The dark light was intimidating, several hundred li in length. The ancient golden crow sensed danger. It flapped its wings and rushed into the heavens, but it was still shot through. Pooh! A streak of bloody light splashed out. One of his golden divine wings was pierced through, blood scattering outwards. Chapter 1192. Ah! The golden crow saint roared in pain and struggled violently. His golden wings had been pierced through and blood rained down. An ancient saint had almost been killed and was gravely injured. It had to be said that this was quite shocking. One had to know that his opponent was only a Tao severer. The black arrow flew into the distance with a mist of blood lingering around it. A powerful domain shook as the arrow tore the sky and split the earth. The ancient golden crow turned into human form with an ashen face. His left forearm had been blasted open and a large hole had appeared. White bone fragments could be seen and blood was dripping down. It was quite a frightening sight. "I've actually been injured by you." A fierce power quickly spread along his arm, destroying his golden crow saint power and cutting away a large amount of vitality. The majestic arrow intent was terrifying. Swoosh! Yifan spread his arms. There was no bow in his hand, but his heart was filled with the intent to destroy the world. The longbow formed from energy shot out a second black arrow towards the golden crow saint. It was as fast as a black bolt of lightning as it streaked across the sky. The golden crow saint flapped his wings lightly and rays of light shot out. He retreated hundreds of miles at an extremely fast speed. However, the black arrow didn't stop. It changed directions and didn't stop until it hit its target. It brought with it a large area of black lightning and a majestic killing intent. "What, this is a Tao arrow specially made to deal with my golden crow race." The other ancient golden crow revealed a serious expression. He immediately attacked to kill Yifan. Golden feathers flew out and 100,000 feather swords fell together, shattering the space. Buzz! Chaotic chi surged behind Yifan. The 5-colored divine light covered the sun and turned into 5 treasured swords. The chaotic sword chi swept out and blocked the 100,000 feather swords in front of him. This was a battle of sword intent. Yifan didn't have the power of a saint, but he could use the ancient saint war tools and borrow the power of the ancient god's secret power seed to attack. Swoosh! At the same time, Yifan summoned the 2 black Tao arrows back and shattered the feather swords to defend himself. "It's him." He left behind the black arrow. The other golden crow cried out above the fire cloud formed by the essence of solar fire. His hair was disheveled and his body was covered in blood. He looked very miserable. It was because when the second black arrow was shot out just now, it also broke through his defense, piercing through his shoulder and shattering a piece of sacred bone. It was a tragic sight to behold. Even the powerful ancient sage of the Golden Crow tribe, who had become a sage more than 1,000 years ago, was still reduced to such a sorry state. His bones had been shattered at the spot where he had been struck by the black arrow. From this, one could imagine just how powerful the black arrow was. With the black arrow standing in front of him, Yi Fan felt a little more confident. Otherwise, the pressure of facing two ancient sages would be too great. While he had a powerful mecha, it was not his own strength, so there was no guarantee that he would be able to withstand their attacks at the crucial moment. The two gold crows gathered together, their faces dark and gloomy. Their eyes were shining brightly as they gazed at the two arrows beside him. Not to mention them, even Yi Fan himself had sensed something different. He had sensed a soaring killing intent from these two ancient arrows. Great Yi, it's the Great Yi Dao arrow from ancient times. It was infused with his essence, energy, spirit, and murderous intent. It was forged to target the saint of our Golden Crow tribe. One of the gold crows cried out, revealing an expression of disbelief. They came from the Hwasong Star, which was an ancient and vast country belonging to the Golden Crows. There were divine flames and precious trees everywhere. The Golden Crows could split the sky, and there were only a few of them from other races. Since ancient times, no one had been able to compete with this race. In ancient times, a quasi-emperor appeared in this race. He had 10 princes, and in order to find a place of immortality, he once went on an expedition to an ancient source of life. In the end, 9 of his princes died in the hands of a man named Great Yi. The legends of the past and the terrible disaster caused the veins on the foreheads of the two Golden Crow saints to bulge. Their expressions were extremely cold. The quasi-emperor of the Golden Crow tribe destroyed 9 similar black arrows and brought the fragments back to the ancient Hwasong Star. Many Golden Crows had seen and felt it. Tell me, how did you get this kind of Dao arrow? What's your relationship with Great Yi? An ancient Golden Crow roared. The other ancient Golden Crow tried his best to operate his Shen Qi to separate the murderous intent from his body. He finally stabilized his injury and successfully healed his body. It's not the real ancient Black Dao arrow, but it's definitely made by Great Yi. It is infused with part of his essence, energy, and spirit. It's a demonic weapon that can kill our race. Yi Fan's expression turned cold. The ancient hero Great Yi shot the sun and left behind an immortal legend. In the end, he bled and died in the hands of the supreme quasi-emperor. It was a sad story. I thought you're just a human with a holy body. I didn't expect you to have the weapon of Great Yi. We can't let you live. We'll take your life no matter what. The blood of the princes of the Golden Crow tribe is not for nothing. Everything about Great Yi must be destroyed. The two ancient Golden Crows said coldly. They could imagine what kind of praise they would receive if they killed Yi Fan and brought the 2 black arrows back to the Hwasong Star. Buzz! The 2 ancient Golden Crows disappeared and turned into the laws of heaven and earth. Only the terrifying Golden Crow divine light appeared and attacked forward from time to time. A saint was omnipotent and omnipresent. When a saint cast aside everything else and made up his mind to kill, everyone would tremble. At this moment, the 2 ancient Golden Crows no longer treated Yi Fan as an ordinary Dao cutter. Their murderous intent was enough to destroy the world. Yi Fan frowned and took out 2 black Dao arrows. He defended himself from all directions and attacked from time to time. He had no chance of winning against the 2 powerful Golden Crow ancient saints. If he didn't have the black arrows, he would have died. That was because he had yet to become a saint. Suddenly, a strange fluctuation came. Inside the blazing sun, the heavenly essence fire rose to the sky. Yi Tong sat in the flames and comprehended. 9 golden leaves flew over and surrounded him. They flowed with auspicious radiance, and the aura of an ancient emperor pervaded the air. 9 mulberry divine leaves with immortal marks on them. Take them quickly. The 2 ancient Golden Crows glanced at each other. They wanted to give up on Yi Fan and rush over to grab the 9 leaves. They were afraid that Yi Tong would absorb the imprints on them. At this point, they didn't want to take Yi Tong as a disciple at all. They had already decided that he would be a furnace. It didn't matter if he could break through or not. What mattered was to take the imperial scriptures and divine fire source in his body. Yifan let out a long whistle. He couldn't let the two golden crows disturb Yitong's comprehension no matter what. He couldn't be disturbed at this crucial moment. He didn't hesitate to use all his methods. Yifan was at a disadvantage, but he was determined to stop the two golden crow ancient saints and fight them. Brat, your death is imminent. Let's see how many lives you have. Today you will be killed by the sun essence fire. The two golden crows said coldly. They were truly enraged and had endless methods. Saint laws surged and destroyed everything. The sky was shattered beyond recognition. Master, I'm fine. You can come over. The mulberry divine leaf can defend. Yitong suddenly transmitted his voice. Yifan's heart moved. He used the line incantation and the windspeed battery entered the sun essence fire. He stood in front of the 9 mulberry leaves. Golden light flickered as the aura of an ancient emperor permeated the air. Although it wasn't very dense, it was like an awakening emperor weapon, causing everyone to be shocked. The two golden crows chased until here. Suddenly, their expressions changed. They couldn't break through and couldn't rush over. This is the mulberry leaf scripture left behind by my ancestor. It talks about some of the experiences of cultivating the extreme yang physique, Yitong said. Yifan was shocked. This was truly a good fortune for Yitong. The Sun Saint Emperor had entered this star before. It was most likely something from 1 to 2 million years ago. One could only sigh at the ruthlessness of time. Comprehend it carefully, but don't blindly be led by the predecessors. Yifan warned. Yitong replied, I know. My ancestor also left behind some words. He said that you can walk the path of the predecessors, but the most important thing is to find the path that suits you. The two golden crows were anxious. The 9 mulberry divine leaves were blocking their way. They couldn't rush over and couldn't collect them either. They could only watch helplessly. Aunt, do you dare to come out and fight? They shouted at Yifan, expressing their anxiety. They were afraid that the imprints on the leaves would disappear and they would all be refined by Yitong. Now you two should enjoy your last moments. I will definitely kill you two in a month. Yifan said. 1 month later, he would definitely be able to extract the 4th stage of the evolution fluid. At that time, his cultivation would reach a new level and he would be able to fight saints. Yifan stood in front of the mulberry leaf. He was surrounded by the ancient emperor's aura and didn't need to defend at all. He attacked the two golden crows with all his strength. The black arrows tore through the sky like lightning and attacked the sun essence fire. They were extremely powerful and targeted the bloodline of the golden crows. The two golden crows were injured one after the other. They were pierced by the black arrows and almost damaged their origin. They roared in anger, but there was nothing they could do. You two fire crows, if you're not afraid of death, then come at me. Today I'll roast pigeons. Yifan's words were full of mockery. Junior, I swear I will kill you, the two golden crows roared. Unfortunately, they couldn't break through the threads of terrifying Emperor Qi on the mulberry leaf. They would be torn to pieces if they got even a little closer. Yifan laughed loudly. He gathered his spiritual energy and shot an arrow. The arrow pierced through the chest of one of the golden crows and exploded its heart. There was a bloody hole that went through the front and back. Saint bones and blood splashed everywhere. Junior, I will remember this debt. I will definitely turn your bones into ashes in the future. The injured golden crow soared into the sky. At the same time, the other golden crow also suffered a heavy blow. Yifan's body and mind became one. A strand of undying will merged into the Tao arrow and shot outwards. The second golden crow's thigh was blasted apart, blood dripping everywhere. The two golden crows were furious, but there was nothing they could do. If they couldn't break through the 9 mulberry divine leaves, everything would be useless. Even though they were furious, they could only back up and stop in the distance. They were full of hatred as they stared forward. Master, I've severed the Tao. Yitong's voice sounded. He stood up and opened his eyes. They were deep like the starry sky and flame essence swirled around his body. Kacha! The 9 mulberry leaves were all shattered. 9 types of imprints entered Yitong's body, making him look even more heroic and extraordinary. Every inch of his flesh was shining. His entire body was sparkling and dazzling, exceeding the sun. Kill! When the 2 golden crows saw this, they turned into 2 streaks of golden lightning and rushed over. They wanted to kill the master and disciple pair of Yifan. However, at this moment they felt their blood run cold. They immediately retreated because a tribulation comparable to a saint had appeared within the essence flames. Huge lightning descended from the sky and submerged this place. 5 elements: heavenly tribulation, sun god tribulation, primal chaos tribulation, world-shaking divine court tribulation. Large amounts of lightning descended together and swept in all directions. The 2 golden crows were well aware of how terrifying the tribulation was. If they were to resist it, they would also go through the tribulation. Moreover, it was a saint tribulation targeted at them. They broke out in cold sweat and were struck dozens of times. Lightning shot out in all directions, but they finally retreated. Yitong stood in the sea of lightning and began to resist the heavenly punishment. He was like a young deity accepting the baptism of the heavens as he bathed in the sea of lightning. This kind of tribulation is too terrifying. Look, an ancient emperor has appeared. 10 heavenly suns have appeared in this star domain. This kind of tribulation is comparable to a saint tribulation. Many people might not be able to survive it. The 2 golden crows felt bitter. They felt their blood run cold and didn't dare to approach. They could only watch as a youth rose up powerfully. Yifan nodded and felt gratified. This kind of tribulation was extremely terrifying. Even the great ancient emperors when they were young could not compare to this, right? He stood at the edge of the tribulation and didn't want to disturb Yitong. He only watched quietly. The 2 golden crows hid far away, afraid that Yitong would use the tribulation to plot against them. How hateful! We can only watch helplessly but can't stop it. What should we do? This is a youth with the talent of an emperor, and his master is even more unfathomable. Is he going to create a miracle since ancient times? Is he going to have 1 sect with 2 emperors? The 2 golden crows were anxious and full of hidden worries for the future. After several hours, the tribulation still hadn't dispersed. Yitong had suffered serious injuries. This kind of tribulation was too terrifying. His body had been shattered dozens of times, but he had withstood it with great difficulty. Finally, after another 2 hours, the sky full of lightning disappeared and the primal chaos dispersed. Endless worldly essence and solar essence surged towards Yitong and entered his Tao-severing body. The tribulation was successful. Let's go! Yifan appeared, producing a formation platform, opening a realm gate. He pulled Yitong inside, and just like that, they crossed over. Where do you think you're going? The 2 golden crows roared, but they were too far away and couldn't stop him. The tribulation just now was too terrifying. They were afraid of being affected by the karma and following the tribulation. Now they couldn't get close at all. Wash your necks clean. I'll kill you 2 in a month and roast your golden crow meat on the bonfire. Yifan's cold words came from the gap of the realm gate that was about to close. The 2 golden crows were furious, but it was too late by the time they arrived. They couldn't stop him. We only found some secrets from the sea of consciousness of the little demon with the extreme yang constitution. We didn't have time to continue before the human race's divine physique arrived. We don't know where the heavenly village is, so how can we seize that great fortune? The 2 golden crows frowned but couldn't do anything. Yitong had slashed his Tao. The phenomenon caused by the tribulation really caused a huge commotion in the Big Dipper galaxy. There were ancient saints who charged towards the sun but didn't find anything. In the heavenly village, Yifan and the others returned. They were instantly surrounded by many elders. They all knew that the phenomenon was caused by Yitong. Senior brother, you're really amazing. No wonder you're on par with me as one of the 2 peerless prodigies. You have my style. The little baldy ran over and hugged his leg. At the same time, he blinked his black gem-like eyes and asked for a gift. Clang! In the distance, the myriad chi cauldron trembled. Qi Luo opened his eyes and stared at it without blinking. There were all kinds of phenomena circling around the cauldron. Azure dragons, divine phoenixes, flying immortals, vermilion birds, gods, and other lights and shadows gathered and emerged from the walls of the cauldron. Celestial aura enshrouded the cauldron, making it look holy. The fourth stage of the evolution fluid is about to be successfully refined. At this moment, GZ, the sacred prince, Dongfang Yi, and the others all came out of seclusion. Even the large black dog was startled, and he stretched his huge head over. The evolution fluid will definitely be refined in a few days. The era where we can battle saints has arrived, Yifan said. Chapter 1193. Winds rose, and mists fluttered about. This was a mysterious small divine world. Flowing springs and divine light flickered about, waterfalls and luan birds dancing about together. It was rumored that this was a small world left behind by an ancient deity. It was obtained by the ancient divine dynasty's people, and then it evolved into their palace. Pill Cliff had strange rocks and strange peaks. Purple energy surged, and strange beasts roamed about. There were also large amounts of verdant mountain ranges that were shrouded in multicolored mists. In the very depths was an expanse of bone structures that were covered in dusky vital light. They were thick, solid, solemn, and dignified. At the same time, they gave off a stifling feeling. This was the human world's ancient palace. Ever since they were established, no one had ever broken through. It represented death, making one feel despair. It was strange and terrifying. An enormous white skeleton rested in front of them. Its several hundred zhang-long vertebra hadn't decayed even after tens of thousands of years. Its radiance still the same. This was an enormous ancient beast. In the past, it was killed here. All of its bones were sawed off to form a palace, and its remaining vertebra was turned into formation banners to protect this place. At the center of these bone structures was the human world's most ancient palace. The gray mists were so thick that they wouldn't disperse. Killing intent crossed the ancient era like strands and threads, becoming tangible as it seeped out. It was actually constructed from the remains of kings and saints. Its scale wasn't large, and compared to those imposing colossal gates, it could be said to be quite small. Couldn't hold many people, but the ancient aura and killing intent was something other buildings couldn't compare to. This was the human world's most sacred ancient palace. The white bones were sparkling and flowing with radiance. If they weren't the withered bones of saints, then they were the skulls of outstanding individuals with special constitutions. They looked extremely strange and terrifying. The world's decaying aura is becoming stronger and stronger. The path of immortality is about to open, and the remnants of the celestial court still exist in this world. It is time to eliminate them completely. A hoarse voice sounded. It was incredibly aged, as if it would stop breathing at any time. The entire bone palace was covered in a gloomy aura. A killing saint emerged from the celestial court, always searching for the location of the small divine world. If we don't get rid of him, there will be a disaster. Another gloomy voice sounded, carrying a type of decaying aura. This was a terrifying palace constructed from bones. Meanwhile, the skin of ancient saints covered the ground like a carpet, releasing bone-piercing radiance. Nothing more than remnant evildoers, long no longer as glorious as before the desolate era, unable to amount to much. I already found out where the village of heaven is. The aged voice said with a sneer. I'll quietly wait for them to successfully refine the evolution fluid and then completely erase it, bringing heaven-defying good fortune to the mortal world and hell. They were actually 2 killing saints, unknown just how many years they had lived for. They were all skin and bones, eye sockets sunken, hair like weeds, looking like malicious spirits. They were even older than Qi Luo. Their bloodlines were dried up, but their battle prowess was terrifying beyond compare. They used killing to prove their Tao, and they specialized in killing saints. The 2 patriarchs have been in seclusion for so many years. I wonder if they've made any breakthroughs. If they really do become the great sage, then who in the world will we have to fear? Ancestor Slaughter's flesh is almost dried up, but his cultivation is shocking. Before the heaven and earth changed, He already understood the heavens and the earth. Unfortunately, that step is too hard to take. If the outside world heard the discussion between the two killing saints, they would definitely be horrified. The human world and hell were even more terrifying than what people could imagine. It wasn't as simple as just two killing saints overseeing things. As long as Gai Juyo doesn't die, the two killing ancestors will feel restraining fear. Above them, there were actually two killing ancestors who could already look down on the common people before the heaven and earth changed. It was just that their lifespans were withered, and under normal circumstances they wouldn't take action. And it was precisely these two who had chased after the old madman back then. They almost made a move in secret, but in the end they endured it. The two old ancestors most likely won't take action to destroy the remnants of the celestial court. If we offer up that precious fluid to extend their lifespans, then the old ancestors can relax. Those were two ancient saints who weren't willing to move. They had lived for too long. Gai Juyo has lived for too long, but he should be dying soon. Yusen's voice reverberated within the ancient divine dynasty's palace. No one in the world can find the divine spirit realm, so we can go slaughter the heavenly village without worry. What extreme young physique, outstanding heroes, heaven-warping geniuses, etc. They will all become bones piled up in this palace. During these days, the outside world was in chaos. The expeditionary scouting team had gone to the Eternal Lord Star, but there was still no news even after so many days. Meanwhile, the saints from the outer realms would appear from time to time, causing unrest in the Big Dipper star region. A great storm could happen at any time. Suddenly, a terrifying aura engulfed the earth, vast and mighty beyond the sky. Mortals only felt their hearts palpitate, and even though they could sense it, they couldn't see anything. Even the ancient saints' expressions changed. This made even their souls tremble. Something major must have happened. Some people quickly rushed up. The Immortal Ascension Road has opened. On this day, a shocking piece of news arrived from the outer realms, shaking the Big Dipper star region. What? The Immortal Path has appeared. It really exists, and it appeared today? This was undoubtedly explosive news. The saints were restless, and the 10,000 races were in an uproar. Many experts flew towards the outer realms. Came so suddenly that everyone was caught unprepared. Many experts cried out loudly, tore open the void, and rushed to the scene. Why is it in the outer realms and not on an ancient star? Some people were suspicious, but they couldn't care so much. The opportunity was fleeting, and only by making a decisive decision could they obtain something. This was an explosive day. The Immortal Ascension Road's appearance was almost unbelievable. Is this a rumor or a conspiracy? How could it be like this? Didn't they say it would appear on the Big Dipper star? Even though there were people who still had doubts, they couldn't care so much anymore. They hurried to the scene to seek confirmation, wanting to understand everything. Everyone went crazy. The saints all moved out. Even if they weren't saints, the cultivators of all clans couldn't hold themselves back. They followed the ancestors, their hearts surging. The heavenly village's people were naturally alarmed as well. They hurried towards the outer realms, and even the killing Saint Chi Luo temporarily left the all-life energy cauldron to see what was going on. It really is an immortal gate. Unfortunately, no one can enter. It is constantly changing, appearing and disappearing in outer realms. The cultivators who arrived earlier were discussing excitedly. Yifan and the others arrived. After chasing for 2 days, they finally found traces of immortals. That was a faintly discernible immortal gate. It was hazy and auspicious, and not even ancient saints could approach it. Its speed of movement was too fast, as if it was illusory. It pierced through the starry skies in an instant, traversing the past and present in an instant. Did you guys sense it? The dense multicolored light it is releasing is most likely immortal energy. Even saints can't help but want to worship it from so far away. This was a grand occasion. Everyone used all types of methods to get closer. This is a divine gate that is extremely unstable. Where exactly does it lead to? Is there really immortal domain behind it? It went in, someone succeeded. An old saint from Shi King clan entered the immortal gate. Someone cried out loudly, feeling incomparably shocked. A wave of cries of alarm sounded from within the immortal gate. Then, loud laughter sounded. The gate of light quickly disappeared. Everyone erupted with commotion, chasing after its traces. However, they couldn't find it no matter what. 2 days later, the immortal gate appeared again. Fire Chilan Cave's old clan was in charge of the ancient imperial weapons pursuit. In the end, that gate seemed to have a spirit, instantly escaping into the distance, brushing past his shoulder. Ha ha! A Saint King from Muddled Sky Clan entered. He released an incomparably carefree laughter from within, as if he discovered the most exciting thing. It really is connected to immortal domain. Otherwise, why would they be so happy? The crowd was stirred up, their eyes all becoming red. They fought over the immortal gate, searching for this faintly discernible gate in outer space. This is a crack in immortal domain, an omen that the path of ascension is about to open. It is indeed connected to immortal domain. Blood Phoenix Mountain's old clan lord roared. When news of this got out, outer space completely erupted with commotion. In the past, there were ancient emperors who speculated that when the path of ascension opened, there would definitely be terrifying immortal force fluctuations that would first break through the barrier between the two realms. During this period of time, a few small immortal domain cracks would appear. It was unavoidable, but they could also lead to immortal domain. Even if this isn't an immortal gate, it is still a gate left behind by an archaic deity, one that leads to an unmatched chaotic divine earth. Endless years have passed since the owner died, and now that it has opened again, the wisps of aura are too mysterious. It might be divine energy. The second type of deduction was made. It was because this type of thing had happened since the ancient times. Whoever could enter would definitely have a great opportunity. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot, all of them erupting with activity. Regardless of whether it was the immortal gate or a chaotic divine earth, they were both great natural luck. Whoever could enter might be able to reach the heavens in a single step. A great battle was naturally unavoidable. As long as this divine gate appeared, there would definitely be a great storm. Many bloody events took place. However, after many days passed, only 3 people successfully entered, and they were all Saint Kings. The others couldn't compete with each other. It came out. It appeared again. Amidst shouts and life and death battles, a group of people rushed forward, fighting over the right to enter the immortal path. Ifan was horrified. Was this a prelude to the opening of the immortal path? What kind of great battle would there be in the future? Just this mysterious gate alone made bloody battles erupt in outer space. Normal cultivators weren't enough at all, turning into bloody mist the moment they went up. Even saints were directly injured. Who would have thought that one could truly sprout wings and ascend to immortality? This is immortal energy. My constitution is transforming. An ancient race Saint King cried out in alarm. He successfully seized the immortal gate. When they heard him say this, the doubts in many people's hearts immediately disappeared. They frantically took action, wishing to follow him in. However, when this Saint King quickly became indistinct, the immortal gate immediately disappeared, thus disappearing, leaving everyone with only regret. The 4th person, for exceptional experts, have already entered. We still have a chance. The voices of people clamored. On the 10th day, strand after strand of immortal energy reappeared in outer space. This time, it was even more bitter, blood dyeing the heavens red. It really is immortal domain, too beautiful and magnificent. I saw heavens, a true immortal phoenix, possesses the aura of long life. Before it, I am like an ant. A Saint King was shaken, couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Everyone went crazy. The path of immortality was the dream of many generations. Not even the great ancient emperors could enter, yet now they could enter. There weren't many opportunities. No one knew when the immortal gate would close, so everyone frantically fought over it. Goodbye. I am going to enter immortal domain. This was a Saint King from the Great Law Clan. He was quite nostalgic, turning around one last time, and only then did he start to walk forward. However, something strange happened. Two void figures silently appeared in front of the immortal gate, almost transparent. They took action at the same time, pressing forward. Pooh! The great Law Clan's Saint King cried out miserably. He actually couldn't evade, couldn't resist, and was directly killed. Who are these people? How could they silently approach a Saint King? Just how powerful are their cultivations? Everyone was shocked. It was clear that the two void figures had always been at the side of the great Law Clan's Saint King, hiding and not taking action. Only when they personally witnessed the miraculous scene in the Immortal Gate did they take action. Silently killing a Saint King. These two are too terrifying. Killing intent, this is heaven overflowing killing intent, comparable to an ocean. Heavens, how can there be such terrifying people, like a demon lord from hell? In the back, the people were shocked. The ancient saints that were rushing forward all stopped. All of them felt a chill run down their spine, from head to toe. They had never seen such people before. They were hidden like the void, but once they acted out, the killing intent was as dense as an azure field. After it erupted, even saints were shocked. The void figures turned real, and everyone saw two people so old that they almost turned into ghosts. Their skin was shriveled, and they were as thin as matchsticks. Their eye sockets were sunken, and their eyeballs were about to dry up. It was these two people who silently killed a Saint King. Humans, they are experts of the human race. Killing Saint Chi Luo's expression changed. It's the ancestor of killing. There really are such existences in hell and the human world. Wang, the divine gate trembled, and as the two withered figures disappeared, the gate also disappeared. Chapter 1194. The two emaciated corpse-like existences blurred together with the immortal gate and completely disappeared. The boundless killing intent also retracted. Yifan felt goosebumps all over his body. Chi Luo's words just now explained everything. There were killing ancestors in the human world and hell. They were two extremely terrifying existences. They entered the immortal gate just like that. Chi Luo was stunned. The two peerless enemies had left and actually stepped onto the path of immortality. Not to mention ordinary cultivators, even the sages and the ancient saints from the outer realms felt their hair stand on end. Their bodies recovered from the chill and they slowly heaved a sigh of relief. To prove one's Tao through killing, the ancient killing ancestors. Only such a person could silently obliterate a Saint King from the Daluo clan. It was too terrifying. Yifan sighed. Such terrifying existences could most likely pose a threat to the great sage. They were only one step away from crossing that hurdle. What grudges? What enmity? Everything is empty before the path of immortality. We can let go of everything and leave just like that. The ancient race had appeared and brought disaster to the human world. But these two killing ancestors treated it coldly and didn't care. The celestial court was re-established. They looked at each other coldly and might attack at the crucial moment. Now that the path of immortality had opened, all grudges were no longer important. They were all abandoned and directly ascended to immortality. On the 12th day, another Saint King fought a bloody battle. His body was covered in wounds and he coughed up large amounts of blood. However, he was laughing and rushing into the immortal gate with an excited expression. This was a Saint King from the fallen winged race. He was rather hostile towards the human race and had once advocated exterminating all living beings in the Big Dipper star domain to restore the ancient imperial race's glory. However, it was precisely this extreme ancient saint who abandoned his own race the moment the immortal gate appeared. He no longer cared about the human race and directly rushed into the immortal gate. Only at this moment could he let go of all kinds of obsessions. Compared to the path of immortality, everything could be left behind and was no longer important. Father, are you going to abandon me and not care about me? There was a female from the fallen wing race. Even though she had just become an ancestral king, there were still traces of tears on her face. The path to immortality actually made one abandon even their closest kin, severing the relationship between father and daughter. The Big Dipper star region was in chaos. This was an unprecedented immortal opportunity, a dream that even the ancient emperors couldn't fulfill. Now that it was right before their eyes, everyone went completely crazy. Over the past few days, fresh blood had flowed and even the starry sky had been dyed red. It was all for the sake of fighting for the hope of ascending to immortality in a single step. Sages were falling. Up until now, only a few sage kings had charged in and successfully stepped onto the path of immortality. The various clans went crazy. There were people who even brought out extreme Dao weapons, blasting the sky dome several times to restrict the immortal gate, but they didn't succeed. Each time, the immortal gate would escape ahead of time. That's not right. We have ancient imperial weapons that are far superior to Saint Kings. Why can't we enter the immortal gate? Why are we being beaten to it time and time again? The immortal sect can't withstand the weapons of the primeval emperors? Immortality was right before their eyes. Everyone went crazy, but a problem suddenly appeared. Even the archaic imperial family was involved, so why couldn't they succeed? In a dangerous situation, the ancient imperial weapon will revive. It is comparable to a heaven-defying attack of the primeval emperors. Only a weapon of the same level can suppress it. The immortal gate is in fear. Many people were scared on the spot. This immortal gate had avoided the ancient imperial weapon, so there was clearly a big problem. Many people became pale after coming to their senses. If this was a scam, how terrifying would it be? The targets were all saints, and the ones who entered were Saint Kings. Could it be a conspiracy? This made the saints shiver from their tailbones all the way to their skulls. This was too horrifying. They had set up a trap to kill ancient sages. What exactly was this immortal gate? Wasn't it the path to the immortal domain? It wasn't that people were hot-headed and didn't think too much. It was just that the timing was too sensitive. The path of immortality was about to open, and such an immortal gate had appeared. Who could see through it at a glance? Moreover, those who entered were all Saint Kings. Before they left, they had all used their heavenly magic eyes to observe and were sure that it was the immortal domain. Moreover, some Saint Kings had personally experienced it. The immortal chi had transformed their constitutions, and they were reborn. Where else could it be other than the immortal domain? It was too realistic, and it was impossible to guard against. How terrifying was it to be able to hide from the spiritual senses of Saint Kings? When they thought of this problem, many people felt a chill run down their spines, and their bodies turned cold. This is too terrifying. The path of immortality is indeed piled up with corpses. Even the primeval emperors found it difficult to enter. How can we be qualified? This must be a conspiracy. People began to reflect. Fortunately, only a few people had entered. If they had all charged in, they would have been swallowed up. That would have been a bloody disaster. It might not be a conspiracy. These are just conjectures. I don't believe that the Saint Kings would make a mistake when they entered the immortal gate. The heavenly I can see through the netherworld, so how could it be fake? Naturally, there were also people who firmly believed that the path of immortality was about to open. These cracks that had appeared ahead of time, the immortal gate, should be real and not fake. We only need to wait a few more days, and then we will be able to distinguish the real from the fake. An old clan leader of the archaic imperial family said with a gloomy expression. Yifan and Qi Luo looked at each other. They didn't want to get involved in order to avoid falling into a trap. The people of the heavenly village came silently and left without a trace. If we calm down, it isn't difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. Unfortunately, the path of immortality has been passed down for countless years, and people have waited for tens of thousands of years. It is said that it will open in this era. Even the Saint Kings were blinded by the greatest obsession in their hearts at the beginning. That's right. We just need to wait a few days and see if there are any strange movements in the 7 great forbidden regions. Everything will be clear. You have to know that the supreme existences are waiting for the path of immortality. The people of the heavenly village discussed and retreated along the way. In the following days, not a single saint entered the immortal gate. After they calmed down, there were more and more doubts. They all felt their teeth turn cold, and a chill rose in their hearts. The immortal gate appeared several times. Everyone used war pets, strange beasts, and other things to scout the way. They once again saw the magnificent scenery of immortal domain, as well as the immortal phoenix and azure dragon that released divine auras. What is going on? Is it really real? Everyone became a bit doubtful again. What they detected didn't seem to be the slightest bit fake. It was as if it really should be a boundless immortal domain. Heavens, I saw an ancient medicine that can run on its own. After a short period of silence, the world beyond erupted with commotion again. Seeing was believing. They truly sensed that it wasn't an illusion. Even the saints were moved. In the end, there was a group of people who were close to the end of their lifespans and hadn't become saints who clenched their teeth and charged in together. I'm going to die in meditation anyway. At worst, I'll just lose my last few months of life. It's not a huge loss. Those who carried this type of mentality naturally didn't feel any fear. After rushing in, they transmitted the information outside. A few people were shocked and then they felt joy. It's true. I feel like my aging has stopped. There is vitality in my body, and I can live for a long time. Their voices were almost trembling. However, the immortal gate disappeared soon after, separating the two regions once again. At this point, people were bewildered. It was a bit difficult to determine whether it was real or fake. Why didn't the people from the life-forbidden zone come? Why can't those with ancient imperial weapons enter? These were the two most crucial points of doubt. The saints who had calmed down didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. Who knows if the supreme being from the life-forbidden zone is still there? Perhaps he has already stepped on the path of immortality half a month ago. It's just that we don't know about it. It should be that the ancient imperial weapons themselves aren't willing to go on their way. They are waiting for their former master and feeling sad alone. Someone gave an explanation for these 2 points of doubt. This made people even more unconvinced. During this period of time, the Forbidden Zone had been very peaceful. People didn't know the situation inside. Finally, a few old saints who were close to the end of their lifespans also chose to go on their way and rushed into the immortal gate. Tao friend, your methods are against the harmony of the heavens again. It's too cruel. On the 24th day, a sickly old man appeared in the outer space under the support of a young girl with bright eyes and red lips. Guy, Jiu. Some of the ancients' expressions changed. Facing this human supreme being, they were all on tenterhooks. 2 years ago, this old man went on a killing spree and even killed the great sage. He killed 10 ancestral kings in succession and shocked the entire Big Dipper star region. An old voice came from the immortal gate. It was like a ghost that had lived for thousands of years, making people's souls tremble along with its ancient voice. You used to be Quasi-Emperor. Junior pays his respects to Senior. When everyone heard how he addressed Guy Juyo, they all felt their scalps tingle. Quasi-Emperor. He really used to be Quasi-Emperor. It was one thing to know, but it was another to be proven. This old man has been in seclusion for more than a year. On a whim, I wanted to take my disciples to the depths of the star region. I didn't expect to see such a disaster as soon as I came out, Guy Juyo said. I don't have a cruel heart. Inside this gate is the chaotic divine soil. There are countless paths, and I just obtained it not long ago. If someone survives, there will be an incomparable opportunity. Tao Friend's magical power is boundless. If you kill all the experts here, it will be against the heavens. There's no need for me to say more. I'll take my leave now. After saying this, Guy Juyo disappeared into the starry sky with his disciples. At this point, everyone was scared. What kind of powerful character was this? No matter how they listened to it, it was an unparalleled existence. The cruelty of the path of immortalization was manifested. This person seemed to want to kill a group of saints to clear the place. After thinking about it carefully, many people broke out in a layer of cold sweat. The path of immortalization had not even begun, but peerless experts from other ancient star regions had already begun to take action. What would happen in the future? Without a doubt, it would be even more cruel. At this moment, the expressions of the ancients and some of the sages from the outer realm changed. A great calamity was about to begin. Tao Friend, do you really think you can cover the sky with one hand? At this time, the great sage of Qianluan, great sage Hunchuo, and the Blood Phoenix Mountain's old clan leader walked forward together, each holding an ancient imperial weapon. The great sage of the ancient race finally appeared. He looked like he was going to send a punitive expedition. Within the immortal gate, a faint and indifferent laugh sounded. The gate gradually became faint and then disappeared. In the Big Dipper star region, no one can cover the sky with one hand. The ancients once said that even true dragons have to coil up when they come, and even immortal phoenixes have to lie down when they descend. The ancients were stirred up when they heard this. The great sage was so confident that he didn't hesitate to fight. This made them feel more at ease. Could it be that there were really one or two old seniors who were still alive? Is that so? I'll wait and see. I'll quietly observe the changes in the Big Dipper. We'll meet on the path of immortalization. After these final words, the peerless expert who came with the chaotic divine soil disappeared and never appeared again. Oh, it's finally no longer cold and cheerless. It's gradually becoming lively. I believe the future will be even more exciting. Within the star region, a 10-meter-long ancient metal ship transmitted such a fluctuation. It was like the sonorous sound of a golden bell. If Yifan was here, his expression would definitely change. This was because this was the same metal divine ship that he, Li Tian, and Yan Yishi saw in the alien battlefield after returning from the Ziwei ancient star region. In the past, it was precisely the existence within this mysterious ancient ship that left a mark on his body. The Western Desert's ancient Buddha burned it with great difficulty before he passed away. Moo! Suddenly, the cry of an old ox reverberated through the divine sense. Many people couldn't help but look over. In the depths of the starry sky, a green ox leisurely walked over. An old man was riding on it. Chapter 1195. A green ox slowly walked over. Its fur was bright like green silk, and its body was sturdy and powerful. The horns on its huge head were thick and long, rough and lusterless. It leisurely walked over from the depths of the starry sky, shocking many people. This appearance and calmness attracted attention, and it was extraordinary no matter how one looked at it. There was an old man on it with a thin appearance, a full forehead and clear eyes. He was aloof from worldly affairs, and his body was untainted by the aura of the mortal world. It was difficult for the sages to see through his cultivation. Only the old clan leader of the Blood Phoenix Mountain had strands of divine light in his eyes as he deeply saw something. An expert. Moreover, he was an exceptional expert that no one dared to provoke. Ordinary cultivators couldn't see through the old man's depth, but they could judge a thing or two from his mount. They all stared at the sturdy green ox. A sacred ox. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The mount had reached the saint level. This was truly shocking, and all the sages present revealed strange expressions. If the mount was like this, how could the master be weak? His background was definitely astonishing, and it wouldn't be much different if he wasn't the great sage. Otherwise, how could the sacred ox yield? You are. Nyo-yi, are you really my adopted son? Suddenly, an old saint from the vigorous ox demon race trembled. He shook his huge ox head and opened his eyes, revealing a look of disbelief as he stared forward. Nyo-yi, it's him. He disappeared for 2,000 years, and he actually became a saint. Another person from the vigorous ox demon race cried out strangely, clearly shocked. The two old oxen lost their composure like this, naturally causing a commotion. All the cultivators in the outer realm widened their eyes, staring at the man and ox that came from the depths of the starry sky. What kind of person was this? The ancient race hadn't appeared more than 2,000 years ago, so how could he subdue an expert from the ox demon race? Moo! The green ox let out a cry that shook through his divine sense, and a desolate aura swept through the starry sky. Greetings, granduncle. The green ox nodded in greeting, also a bit excited. Who is he? Why did you become his mount? Where have you been all these years? The two old oxen's expressions were unkind as they stared at the old man and questioned Nyo-yi. Their hostility was strong, and it seemed like they would take action if there was a disagreement. 2,000 years ago, I left the demon ox cave after I recovered, Niu explained, telling them not to get angry. In the past, Niu was still very weak and could only be considered a little calf. He couldn't bear the loneliness and was born in advance. He met an expert and now he was already a saint when he returned. After a series of secret conversations, the two old ox demons retracted their killing intent. However, their expressions were still unfriendly when they looked at the skinny old man. This was because no matter how much they persuaded Niu, he did not want to return to the clan. Fellow Taoist, where are you from? How should I address you? An old Saint King from the Fire Chilan cave said. He narrowed his eyes and could truly sense the strength of the person in front of him. My name is Shi. I came here with no other intentions, the elderly man said with a friendly and calm smile. If Yifan were here, he would definitely be shocked. This was an ancient person from the spring and autumn period of China. Now, his real body had appeared in the Big Dipper Star region. Shi had obviously been influenced by his master to come here on his cow. His master was a transcendent and aloof cultivator who stood aloof from worldly affairs. They were very particular about the natural Tao, and their hearts were calm and peaceful. Many cultivators were shocked. This was definitely a powerful human expert who came from the outer realm. It seemed that the human race in the depths of the universe was not weak at all. Are you also here for the path of immortality? An old saint from the Blood Phoenix Mountain asked. We cultivators only want to break through the path of immortality. This old man also has the same intention. Shi did not hide anything and was very frank. In reality, everyone who came from the outer realm did not come for the path of immortality. It was very obvious that there would be more people coming later on. Whether it was the human race or the ancient race, they were not willing to become enemies with the cultivators from the outer realm for no reason. Naturally, no one would provoke them, especially such an extraordinary ancient saint. If the path of immortality is opened, the world will definitely be in chaos. All the saints will rise together. This old man's business here is finished, and I have to return to my homeland to guard Hangu Pass. Farewell, everyone. With that, Shi rode away on his cow and slowly disappeared under the starlight, entering the source of life below. When Yifan heard this, he was dumbfounded. He immediately rushed to the outer realm and then into the great wilderness to find Shi, the ancient person from the other side of the starry sky. He would never have thought that this powerful person would appear at this time. The sage who had guarded Hangu Pass in the past had actually appeared in the Big Dipper Star domain. The path of immortality is about to open. Will other ancient people also appear? Yifan muttered to himself. He searched everywhere but could not find any trace of Shi. He did not know where he had gone and could not find out. Yifan knew that the great calamity was approaching and that the path of immortality might really exist. Otherwise, why would someone like Shi appear? He said that he would guard Hangu Pass in the future. What will happen? Will there be an unprecedented war when the path of immortality appears? Yifan already knew in the past that beings from the flying celestial planet and other ancient regions had once followed an ancient road to attack ancient China. Would they appear again in the future? The gate of immortality had disappeared and would never appear again. The curtains fell on a murderous calamity, causing many sages to shudder in fear. Everyone was deeply aware of the cruelty of fighting over the path of immortality. The appearance of an expert from the outer realm had already caused such a huge disturbance. What kind of massacre would there be in the future? The path of immortality had not yet opened, but the sages could already see the scene of rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. It was bound to be incomparably cruel. Someone wants to clear the place now. How many people will survive in the future? The Big Dipper Star domain might even be destroyed and cease to exist. The road ahead was unknown and made people hesitate. They were filled with apprehension. A terrifying great era that had not been seen since the beginning of time had arrived. Lives were bound to be cheaper than grass, and the path of immortality would be stained with blood. During this period of time, undercurrents were surging. The Golden Crow tribe of Hwasong Planet, the divine tribe of Tongtian Planet, and many wandering cultivators from the outer realm appeared one after another. This made the Big Dipper star even more complicated and turbulent. Moreover, mysterious ruins appeared in the outer realm. Some powerful cultivators rushed over and placed their temporary residences in the starry sky. They did not descend in person. The atmosphere in the Big Dipper star became more and more tense. It was suffocating. This period of time was like the calm before the storm. All the clans were nervous. All those who had severed the path wanted to become saints because only then could they have a place in the future and fight for the opportunity to become immortal. How could it be like this? The two old ancestors disappeared just like that. Within the divine spirit realm, within a palace built from white bones, a roar came from the most ancient palace. It was filled with unwillingness and murderous intent pierced through the 9 heavens. Can't be. The killer ancestors did not die. They will definitely appear again. Even the great sage cannot do anything to them. The bone palace shook. The skulls with special physiques and the withered bones of the saints shone with a sparkling luster. The 2 killer saints revealed their murderous intent like a surging ocean. In the southern mountains, in front of the demon imperial palace, a figure had his back to the ancient palace. He looked up at the starry sky and said, "Will the path of immortality really appear? In a few years or a few hundred years, how many people will die on this bloody path?" In the western desert on Mount Meru, there was also an old monk who looked into the sky and asked with his heart. The entire great thunderclap temple was solemn and dignified, holy and peaceful. The situation became more and more complicated, making the cultivators worried. They did not know the path ahead and could not clearly predict the future. Even the saints were very nervous. During this period of time, the 7 great life forbidden zones were very peaceful. Nothing special happened, but the more peaceful this was, the more people felt the atmosphere was heavy. Haha, it's going to succeed. It's finally going to be refined. The large black dog grinned, his shining white teeth reaching the base of his ears. His face was filled with sinister joy. Longma's eyes were also wide open. His entire body emitted the auspicious light of an auspicious beast. His dragon scales flickered and flames overflowed into the sky as he waited here. The heavenly village was very peaceful. The people did not feel the nervousness of the outside world. They were filled with the joy of harvest because the precious medicine was about to be refined. There is no need to worry about failure. We can extinguish the dragon vein flame essence and the others. After nourishing them for the last 2 days, the evolution fluid can be refined, Killer Saint Chi Luo said. The killing Saint Chi Luo said. His brows relaxed. After guarding for several months, he could finally heave a sigh of relief. This carried the future hope of the celestial court. It could allow the younger generation to be reborn and their battle prowess to soar, allowing their strength to increase greatly. He could already see the scene of the celestial court's resurgence. The cauldron was rising and falling. Immortal chi wrapped around it, and all types of strange scenes appeared. It was a grand scene that was almost heaven-defying. They were all like mythical creatures that surrounded it. Dragons and phoenixes cried out together. White tigers leapt into the sky. Black tortoises left the sea. Deities soared in the 9 heavens, and humanoid creatures soared into the sky. Auspicious light and auspicious brilliance completely submerged the cauldron, gathering at the center. They only needed the last 2 days to open the medicine furnace and obtain the evolution fluid. There were some elders in the heavenly village who were already extremely old, but they were like living ancient scriptures. Right now, their faces that were full of wrinkles revealed a smile, and they were muttering to themselves as if they were praying. They had waited for many years, hoping for the celestial court to become stronger and recover its past glory. Their entire lives had almost passed, and their bodies couldn't hold on anymore. Now they finally saw the light of hope. Grandpa Tianchi, your eyes are carrying tears, the little sparrow said, wiping away the elder's tears. Grandpa is extremely happy. This day has finally arrived. Elder Tianchi said. The other elders were like this as well. They hadn't become saints like Chi Luo, long having 1 foot in the grave. Their hair was about to fall off completely. Yan Yishi was also present, supporting 2 elders. He was extremely respectful towards them. Ever since he arrived in the heavenly village, He often played chess with these elders, receiving pointers and benefiting greatly. The celestial court has been re-established, and it will definitely flourish greatly. Even if we die now, we will be able to rest in peace. The elders were trembling, their voices moved, and their old tears almost fell. Heh, is that so? In my opinion, you all should just die with remaining grievances. This one will send all of you on your way. Killing intent suddenly descended, engulfing the entire heavenly village. The ancient saints might overflowed into the heavens as they descended. The elders, Little Sparrow, Yen Ishi, and the others immediately coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Their internal organs were all ruptured, and their bodies were on the verge of collapse. They continuously backed up. Hong! In the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint, killing St. Chi Luo's feet moved with the Rho symbol. Time seemed to be flowing in reverse, turning into a streak of lightning that blocked in front of him, blocking the ancient saint's might. This truly is a great natural opportunity. You all worked so hard for so long, and finally refined the evolution fluid. We have come to collect it so you all can go on your way. Another killing saint appeared, laughing coldly. His voice was bone-piercingly cold. He reached out a large hand towards the all-life energy cauldron. Chapter 1196. St. Chi Luo released a clear hiss and spat out a strand of origin essence energy. It turned into a divine soul and rushed over to block that large hand. He definitely couldn't let the medicinal cauldron fall into the other party's hands. Hey, it's useless. You guys are just making a wedding dress for nothing. The survivors of the celestial court will all die. Not a single one will survive. Hell's killing saint's magical power was like a sea of stars. His killing intent was like an ocean. His blood energy was terrifying and overflowing into the heavens. He looked like a bag of bones with a withered body, but his strength was at the peak. In his hand was an ancient divine artifact. An eerie dagger streaked across and sliced apart Chi Luo's innate origin essence energy soul as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. This was a great disaster. They were both killing saints, but he was much older than Chi Luo. He had abundant experience and his killing intent was even denser. He only needed to take action against a single soul so he could naturally flatten it in an instant. Chi! He brandished the black dagger. A streak of black light flashed past, and several heads fell off. The people in front of the cauldron died with remaining grievances. Then, their bodies exploded in that instant and turned into a bloody mist. These were the 6 people from the heavenly village who were in charge of guarding the earth flame under the medicinal cauldron. At this moment, they didn't even have the chance to make a sound before they turned into broken bones and blood under the holy might. He chuckled coldly like an icy blade scraping at the bones. You guys have worked hard to refine such a great batch of medicine. I will remember you all. You can all go in peace. On the other side, Chi Luo roared angrily, but he couldn't break away from his opponent. They were both killing saints, so he used all kinds of methods. Killing intent engulfed the mountains and rivers, cutting down all vegetation. Streak after streak of bloody light left behind several wounds on the killing saint's body. He was dripping with blood, but he couldn't truly eliminate the other party. The younger generation will surpass us in time. You were actually able to use your killing intent to pass through the ancient killing formation to injure me. You really aren't simple. The killing saint of the mortal realm used a withered finger to dip in his own blood and tasted it. All kinds of ancient objects floated beside him. It was actually a mobile ancient killing formation that could protect the body and destroy the enemy. He laughed sinisterly and said, "Uproot the weeds and eliminate the roots. Don't leave a single one alive. Let the celestial court be destroyed." All types of ancient objects at his side burned with radiance, completely reviving. In addition, a bone bell appeared above his head, the white bones sparkling and translucent. A loud dang sounded, making this small world tremble endlessly. It was terrifying beyond compare. Ha ha! On the other side, Hell's killing saint laughed cruelly. He looked down on Heaven Village, his shriveled body appearing sinister and demonic. Hell and the human world will prosper greatly. Many thanks to you all for delivering this great natural luck. He raised his hand and grabbed towards the great cauldron, extremely complacent. At the same time, crazy killing intent appeared in his eyes, looking down on everyone from Heaven's village. An ancient Saint Mech appeared out of nowhere, shining with a dark blue luster. GZ attacked, unleashing a void rend slash towards his back. Show! The killing Saint of Hell had a cruel smile on his face. His bony palm slapped behind him. When it came to killing, who could compare to him? Even GZ, who had mastered the great Tao of Void, was no match for him. Bang! A terrifying claw mark appeared on the ancient Saint Mecha, and it was sent flying. Inside the war tool, GZ's eyes were cold. He continuously moved about, tearing apart the void and continuously destroying illusions. The killing saint was too terrifying. He was the king of slaughter, his methods terrifying. He almost forcefully grabbed GZ, who had grasped the Void Emperor's secret technique. Roar! A long roar sounded. The sacred prince arrived, entering a golden war tool. He held a golden spear in his hand, using it like a large rod. He swept it over, his aura surging like an ocean. A ding sound rang out. Hell's killing Saint dagger flickered, slicing apart the spear. After a few twirls, it disappeared from its original location. When it reappeared, it almost sliced apart the golden mecha. He forced the sacred prince to quickly retreat. His fighting strength was inferior, and as a result, he was almost injured. The celestial court has long decayed. The remnants will all be erased today, completely destroyed. The killing saint who was fighting against Qi Luo said coldly. Hell's killing saint forced back the sacred prince. He also nodded with a sneer and said, "Correct. All of you are about to die. You should have been wiped out a long time ago, just like your ancestors, until their blood runs dry." He grabbed towards the all-life energy cauldron again, but his movements were extremely slow. He glanced at the sacred prince and GZ, waiting for them to come over and seize it. Stop him! The Heavenly Village's group of assassins all widened their eyes in anger. They had gone through untold hardships to concoct medicine until now, and now that they were about to succeed, someone came to take the fruits of their labor. They were furious and unwilling. The sacred prince and GZ rushed forward again. However, in the end, they weren't saints, and this was a killing saint who understood slaughter the most. They couldn't succeed, and they themselves were almost injured. Chi! The pitch-black dagger streaked past. A middle-aged man from the Heavenly Village's head tumbled down, blood dripping everywhere. His primordial spirit was destroyed, his death extremely miserable. Hell's killing saint naturally did this on purpose. Everything was within his grasp. He wanted to kill the Heavenly Village's people one by one. He grabbed towards the great cauldron again, his movements slow. He was still looking at GZ and the sacred prince, his gaze cold, as if he was waiting for them to take action. Suddenly, the great cauldron rumbled, turning into a streak of immortal light. Tao force shocked the heavens, quickly smashing into his palm. At the same time, Yi Fan, who was hidden in the nothingness, opened his eyes. His gaze was intimidating, releasing cold radiance like electricity. All of his irregular scenes merged together, submerging him within. Pooh! Bloody light flickered. Half of Killing Saint's body was badly mangled, almost crushed by the irregular scenes. The all-life energy cauldron's aura was terrifying, shattering space and releasing a tremendous force. It smashed into Hell's Killing Saint's arm, temporarily making his body lose balance. It was also precisely because of this that Yi Fan's irregular scene was effective, killing this person until he was drenched in blood. Yi Fan used the Celestial Court's unmatched secret method to launch a targeted sneak attack. If it was anyone else, they would have shed a layer of skin even if they didn't die, definitely suffering serious injuries. However, this killing saint was completely unharmed. Chi! Bloody light flickered. GZ and the Sacred Prince used this opportunity to find an opportunity, respectively leaving behind 2 terrifying wounds on Killing Saint's withered body. However, he was still unscathed. This was the terror of Killing Saint. His battle techniques were unparalleled, and his killing techniques were boundless. He was able to reduce his own injuries to the minimum. Yi Fan and the other two were horrified. They rapidly retreated because in that instant, they felt a terrifying aura assaulting their bodies. This killing saint was quite ruthless. He destroyed a saint artifact in order to use it to shatter their mecha, wanting to exterminate both their body and soul. The three of them moved horizontally far away. That place was unexpectedly calm again. Hell's killing saint laughed miserably. The saint artifact in his hand was undamaged. Just now, it was just an empty technique. Yi Fan, the sacred prince, and GZ's expressions sank. This killing saint had rich battle experience and was extremely difficult to provoke. The most crucial point was that the other party was a saint. Adding on his terrifying battle prowess, if they charged forward today, they would most likely fall. Buzz! The all-life energy cauldron rumbled. It was forcefully summoned back by Yi Fan. With a flash of splendor, it entered the space between his brows. Retreat! Qi Luo heaved a sigh of relief after seeing the medicinal cauldron safely withdrawn. There were many wounds on his body. He blocked the front and let the people behind him retreat. Today, no one can escape. All of you will die here. The prosperity of hell and the human world will be built on the ruins of the celestial court. The killing saint who was fighting against Qi Luo had all kinds of ancient objects floating in front of him. They were all formation flags. He had set up an ancient killing formation and was unharmed. At the same time, all kinds of ancient objects appeared in front of the killing saint from hell. They were all flowing with luster. He also set up a small ancient killing formation that could move along with his body. He was about to slaughter everyone. During the ancient times, the two divine dynasties were unharmed. Most of their foundations were preserved, and they were much more powerful than the current celestial court. Senior, come quickly. Yi Fan set up a formation platform. He opened up the void and called for the old saint of Merak Quarry. However, there was no response. The void was dusky as if it had been sealed. Not good. GZ's expression changed. He had people try to cross the void, but they discovered that all the formation platforms were ineffective. The heavenly village had all kinds of defensive measures. There were formation patterns everywhere, and they could pass through to the middle state, the southern mountains, and other places. However, they were ineffective now. They have a secret treasure that can seal the void. They have sealed off the entire small world. The large black dog was an expert in formations, so he immediately made a judgment. He had a bad premonition. The killing saint of the human world had a sinister look in his eyes, and he said, "I know there are bigwigs here who understand formations. For the sake of safety, we used the most primitive method. Before we entered, we split open the void and pulled this small world into another divine land created by the ancient great sage. It was like a small bubble that had been swallowed by a crocodile. They were isolated in another cage. Fellow cultivators, everything has been arranged so well. It looks like there is no need for me to act." A third saint walked out from the shadows. Everyone's expression changed. This was actually an ancient. His white hair was loose, and his eyes were like cold lightning. His figure was majestic, and there was a pair of antlers on his head. There was a divine halo that was like a divine moon. "It's the Silver Moon royal family," the sacred prince said coldly. It was fine that the two killer divine dynasties had appeared, but the ancient royal family had also appeared. Although only one ancestral king had come, this still caused everyone's heart to sink. "We discovered this place at the same time recently, so we can only split the treasured liquid evenly. Even the heavens want to destroy the remnants of your celestial court, and no one can save you," the killing saint of hell said coldly. The two divine dynasties and the ancient race had joined forces to attack. This was going to be a bloody disaster. The Silver Moon royal family was a radical clan of the ancient race. Recently, when they were investigating the divinity they discovered some clues and accidentally found the heavenly village. "I didn't expect to gain so much. If we can kill them all here, it will save us a lot of trouble in the future." The Silver Moon ancestral king laughed loudly. He swept his gaze over Yi Fan, and then fixed his gaze on the sacred prince. His eyes were cold and cruel. "Wu, there's no rush. We want the child to be stained with a bit of blood. How can he grow without experiencing slaughter? The two killing saints waved their hands. Without a sound, numerous assassins appeared, and then they disappeared into the void. Shua! Qi Luo fell back and stopped fighting. Then he drew a line with his hand, and a large expanse of murderous light soared in front of the heavenly village, blocking these people outside and preventing them from approaching. This was an ancient killing formation left behind by the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court's flawless killing formation has long since disappeared from this world. This ruined formation is useless. Watch how I break it, said a killing saint. However, when he took a step forward, endless murderous light surged, opening up over 100 bloody scars on his body, almost twisting him in half. If not for the fact that he was a killing saint with heaven-defying methods and retreating immediately, something unexpected might have happened to him. This is an ancient formation that this emperor has added a corner of emperor patterns. How can it be broken by you all? The Black Emperor mocked. The killing saint of hell shook his head and coldly said, "In front of absolute strength, all methods are useless. I can slowly grind away at this ruined formation, and none of you will survive." Yifan looked at Qi Luo and said, "Abandon this small world and leave this place. After consuming the evolution fluid, our battle prowess will rise to the next level, and we will completely eradicate hell and the human world." Qi Luo sighed. This was all they could do. They couldn't protect this small world today, so they could only leave. They had made all kinds of preparations, and had thought of the worst-case scenario. Yifan, Qi Luo, and the Black Emperor had once branded origin techniques, formations, and so on into this small world. They could burn this small world and destroy the external sealing power. Hell, human world, you all wait quietly. One day, you will all be completely destroyed, and your names will be erased from this world. The large black dog shouted. Yifan said coldly, "You all are right. Everything is fabricated, and only absolute strength is the hard truth. In half a month, I will definitely flatten hell and the human world. Silver Moon royal family, please wait patiently. I will definitely make a trip to your clan." The sacred prince stared at the white-haired ancestral king. Not good. Stop them." The two killing saints and the Silver Moon ancient saint had a bad premonition, but they couldn't break through the ancient killing formation in a short period of time. Boom! The small world was collapsing, and it burned rapidly. A passageway was opened up, and the people of the heavenly village passed through it. Chapter 1197. The expressions of the two slaughtering saints changed. If the roots weren't removed, it would grow again. If the remnants of the Celestial Court escaped, who knew when they would be eradicated? Show! They frantically attacked, unleashing all kinds of killing techniques. However, there was a great formation blocking in front of them, and they couldn't pass through in a short period of time. The Silver Moon clan's ancestor king was burning with anxiety, even more anxious than the two slaughtering saints. They had already attacked the sacred prince, yet they couldn't kill everyone here. If news of this leaked out, the old sacred ape on Mount Meru would be enraged, and the consequences would be unimaginable. The small world was collapsing. Genesis techniques, ancient killing formations, and saint imprints interweaved together, piercing through the barrier of primal chaos and creating a passage. The people of the Celestial Court successfully rushed out and began to activate the formation platform. Dao marks formed, and a domain gate appeared, allowing them to cross the void. At this moment, the old people of the heavenly village were crying, their turbid eyes filled with sadness and reluctance as they murmured incessantly. Desolate ancient heaven, the last realm left behind, has also been destroyed. We were unfilial and couldn't protect anything. Their faces were covered in wrinkles, and they didn't have much time left. Their hearts were filled with sadness, and their last nostalgia was also shattered. The remains of the Celestial Court no longer existed. Seniors, let's go. Before long, we will definitely build the Celestial Court on the ruins of hell and the human world. The young descendants urged. We and the remains of the Celestial Court exist together. Burying our bones here is the best choice. Quickly go. The old people's turbid eyes emitted a strange light, as if each of them was full of vitality. Rebirth from ashes, perfection from nirvana. Everything can be restarted, Yanishi said. He often played chess with these old people and had received their pointers. We are already going to die, and we have at most half a year of lifespan. Burying our bones here is the best. Quickly go. The old people urged. The fourth stage of evolution liquid has been refined. It can help you break through and prolong your lives, Chiluo said. No need to waste it. Leave it for the children. It will be difficult for us to become saints even if we use the liquid. We can only live for a few more years. These elders who had one foot in the grave asked for death, because what they said was the truth. Their blood energy had long dried up, and their bodies had decayed beyond recognition. Now, his only wish was to perish together with the ruins of the celestial court, and he refused to leave. Many people became silent as they watched their old tears flow down their cheeks. The scene of a bleak evening. Grandpa Tianqi, little Kay, burst into tears. She grabbed an old man's hand and was about to drag him away. Grandpa Jingshan, I don't want you to be like this. Come with me. Yitong also stepped forward and supported a trembling old man. These elders had watched them grow up and carefully taught them many things. It could be said that they were the closest people to them. Gu Fei and Gu Lin also stepped forward and grabbed their hands, refusing to let go. Grandfathers are old and can't live any longer. We just want to find a burial ground that we like. The assassin should die in the light of the saber and lie down in the pool of blood. But we are too old, our hands can no longer hold the sword. Grandpa! Little Baldy cried loudly. Tears streamed down his face as he tightly hugged an old man, unwilling to let go. What are you all doing? Everyone has to die. Being able to be buried here is the best ending for us. An old man stroked his long sword with his rough and calloused hand. Unfortunately, his hand was trembling. He could no longer wield the 3-foot-long blade to roam the battlefield. Everyone fell silent. They respected the choices of Tianqi, Jingshan, and the other elders. They did not have much time left. Being buried here was a final resting place that could bring peace to their hearts. You all hope that the celestial court will definitely prosper. They could no longer hold the sword, but the 3-foot-long blade was still humming in their hands. It clanged in their hands and accompanied them as they walked into the disintegrating small world. Muddy old tears, stooped figures, battle clothes that had turned to ash, and finally, the 3-foot-long blade were all buried in the flames. Everyone took one last look before stepping into the realm gate and disappearing. The ancient land of the celestial court was destroyed. Will we have such a day? Yi Fan muttered to himself. No matter how great a hero was, there would come a day when he would be old. Even the invincible ancient saints would have their blood and chi dried up and they would not be able to fight. He thought of the blood at the holy cliff. The great Saint Physique was so heroic, but in the end, it was such a miserable old age. When his hair took root, when his essence, chi, and spirit declined, when his eyes were no longer sharp, when his body grew old, when his saint blood dried up and no longer boiled, what choice would he make? For some reason, Yi Fan's heart throbbed. It was as if he could see a corner of the future. Would he have such a miserable scene in his old age? At that time, where would his friends be? The great Saint Physique could live for more than 10,000 years. Perhaps he would be the only one left at that time. Would he still be able to wield his sword to fight? In the southern mountains, a primitive land. Giant trees covered the sun. Ancient vines covered the sky, and apes and tigers roared. Many savage beasts roamed about, but it was difficult to name them. A huge ferocious bird flew across the sky and crushed a mountain with one claw. It tore apart a 1,000-foot-long python and swallowed it. The strange beast in the swamp opened its mouth and inhaled. Even the clouds in the sky fell down. Many beast kings in the vicinity entered its mouth. In the depths of the southern mountains, all kinds of prehistoric creatures roamed about. It was extremely dangerous. Even the demonic imperial palace and the barbarians rarely set foot here. The azure dragon spread its wings and covered a large area of the ancient forest. The great golden Peng let out a long cry and shook hundreds of mountains. This was the dwelling place of the heavenly village. They were here to recuperate. Everyone was strengthening themselves and doing their best to break through. The fourth stage of the evolution liquid had been completed. The amount was great because they had obtained a lot of divine ores and extracted enough precious liquid. Grandpa Tianqi, little K-er wept. Her white face was covered in tears, and her big eyes were red and swollen. Yitong's eyes were also misty as he remained silent on the other side. Gu Fei and Gu Lin wept and blamed themselves. They couldn't calculate the heavenly secrets of the saints and couldn't predict the arrival of the two great killing saints. Hell, the human world, all of you should die. The little baldy Hua Hua was also wiping away his tears. What are you crying for? The elders left peacefully. They chose to hibernate there. As long as you all work hard to increase your strength, that will be the best consolation for them. Li Heishui said, yes, break through the two great divine dynasties and destroy the hell and the human world to comfort the elders. Yitong stood up and continued to break through. Yifan didn't let him take the evolution liquid immediately. He had to stabilize his realm. After all, he had just severed his Tao not long ago and needed to carefully appreciate this fruit of Tao. Ayo! In the depths of the forest, the miserable cries of the two silver blood emperors could be heard. They were being chased by a large black dog to the point where there was no way out. They were undergoing hellish tempering. When Li Heishui heard this, even his scalp went numb. He hurriedly took the evolution liquid and broke through. He felt that if he didn't hurry, he might be surpassed by the two disciples of the Black Emperor. It had to be said that the Silver Blood Kings were worthy of being crownless emperors. Although they had never produced an ancient emperor, the power of their bloodline was tyrannical and not weaker than the imperial clan. These two had the assistance of the evolution liquid. The power of their bloodline was heaven-defying and completely activated. Their strength could be described as soaring. During these days, thunder continuously sounded in the depths of the mountain ridge. Dongfang Yi, Li Tian, and the others broke through in succession and passed tribulation. Their strength increased. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Rubble flew through the air, demonic clouds covered the sun, and killing intent slashed through the 9 heavens. Everyone gasped. Killing Saint Qi Luo was actually passing tribulation. His flesh had been baptized by the evolution liquid and was filled with the power of life. His strength had increased by a small level. This old man has been stimulated. The 4th stage of the evolution liquid isn't enough for him to break through. However, after accumulating for these years, together with the resentment in his heart, he has forcefully advanced a small level. It wouldn't be strange for him to become a Saint King one day. The scene of a Saint King passing tribulation was naturally terrifying. That area turned into ashes, and no one could take a step closer. In the end, he successfully passed through. The population of the heavenly village wasn't very large, only a few hundred. Apart from Tianqi, Jingshan, and a few other elders who were the oldest, there were also a few elders who were half a generation younger. Now, with the help of the evolution liquid, they were like withered trees coming back to life. They made breakthroughs one after another and undoubtedly became kings among the Tao-severing realm. Among them, old Saber Hancho's achievements were the greatest. He was already Tao-severing, and in terms of realm, he was even above Li Heishui and the others. Now, he had directly become a great king tier. That son of a B***Titich Black Emperor is actually about to become a saint, faster than anyone else. Longma's face was full of jealousy and hatred. He spat out white smoke from his mouth, and his whole body was burning with flames. Dongfang Yi and the others were also quite speechless. This dog was indeed very heaven-defying. In his own words, he was doing his best to suppress his realm, otherwise he would have gone earlier. This emperor was established after destruction, destroyed after establishment, and now I'm establishing again. I have to consolidate every step. He's just a half-saint, so what? He boasted shamelessly. However, no one could refute him because he indeed had the capital to be arrogant. Back then, he relied on his physical body to fight close combat with Yifan, and he didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. His bite was called ruthless. Now that his realm had steadily increased, this guy's abnormal physical body became even more exaggerated. It made people suspect that he was the demon emperor's son. Because the power of his bloodline wasn't weaker than GZ and the sacred prince, he dared to fight with anyone. In the future, this emperor won't run anymore. Whoever chases after me, I'll bite them to death. The Black Emperor wore a pair of large flowery underpants. He stood upright with his claws behind his back. He lived up to his name and had a proud expression on his face. Now that he had reached the half-saint realm, he could definitely match a saint. With the ancient method passed down by great Emperor Wuxia, he could break through the barrier of the saint realm. Of course, Longma was also a mess. He had broken through to the upper-tier king realm. If he was given time, it wouldn't be difficult for him to become a half-saint. After all, he was an auspicious beast, known as a mount that only the great emperor of ancient times could have. Back then, when he was on the other side of the starry sky, his realm was even higher than Yifan's. At that time, he was already a demonic horse on the 6th level of the Tao-severing realm. Now, with the help of the evolution fluid, he was naturally one step further. The Black Emperor reminded, "Be careful. Those who want to prove their Tao and become great emperor shouldn't use the evolution fluid to become a saint. The last step has to be comprehended by yourself, otherwise, it will affect your future achievements." Longma was very ambitious. That was why he stopped at the 9th level of the Tao-severing realm. Otherwise, he might advance further and might really have an opportunity to become a saint. Among everyone, Dongfang Yi was definitely a fierce person. He and his younger brother, Dongfang Man, were known as the barbarian war god physique. Not to mention Dharma power and Tao comprehension, their physical strength was second only to the saint physique among humans. Today, Savage was as tough as ever. His realm hadn't fallen over the years. With the help of the evolution fluid, he reached the 8th level of the Tao-severing realm. Of course, the evolution fluid was still effective for him. If he had enough time, it wouldn't be a problem for him to become a half-saint. However, Savage felt that he shouldn't break through too quickly. He needed to work hard to consolidate his cultivation and break through in the future. Yao Yuekong had the heavenly demon physique and was also heaven-defying. He reached the 8th level of the Tao-severing realm because of time and consideration for the future. Yan Yishi and Li Tian also reached the 8th level of the Tao-severing realm. Li Heishui, Jiang Huiran, and Wu Zhongtian stabilized at the 6th level of the Tao-severing realm and didn't dare to break through anymore. With the evolution fluid, it wouldn't be a problem for them to become half-saints in the future. Everything was just a matter of time. Everyone was looking forward to Yifan, GZ, and the Saint Prince coming out of seclusion because they knew that once the three of them advanced to the next level, they would definitely be able to fight saints. Chapter 1198. Several days later, the heirs of the ancient emperors and the archaic emperors, as well as Yifan, appeared one after another. However, none of them were going through the tribulation. The evolution fluid is ineffective? Li Tian was stunned. Of course it is. We can now attack the underworld and the human world, the sacred prince said in a deep voice. Yifan and GZ nodded. They had the same idea. It would be a waste to go through the tribulation now. They had absolute confidence that they could calmly resist the sea of lightning. Their killing intent engulfed the mountains and destroyed the vegetation. Divine light surged around their bodies. They were ready to counterattack the human world and underworld. You want to go through the tribulation in the God of Killers? Dongfang Yi laughed honestly. His hair was messy and he held a wolf fang club in his hand. This was a divine weapon. Tribulation. Li Heishui was speechless. Yifan had done many things in the past. Since we are going through the tribulation and it has great destructive power, we can harm the ancient saints if we use it well. Why not use it? It would be shameful to waste an advantage. The group of people looked at Yifan, GZ, and the sacred prince in a different light. Just the thought of it was terrifying. Who were these people? They were all princes. These three heaven-defying existences. One of them going through the tribulation was already terrifying, but the three of them going at the same time was simply a disaster. Who could stop them? This battle will remove the name of the underworld from the human world. We cannot afford to lose. Yi Fan clenched his teeth. The enmity had existed for a long time. He had been fighting since the beginning of his cultivation and couldn't resolve it. Avenge Grandpa Tianqi and Grandpa Jingshan. Little Kaer clenched her fists and shouted with tears in her eyes. Horses trample the underworld. Fists shatter the human world. Little Baldy wiped his tears and shouted along. Although he was mischievous, he really missed those kind elders. Master, give me the divine sun and the goddess of the human world. Yi Tong took large strides forward with a resolute expression. Very well. Yi Fan nodded. This time none of them can escape. We must eradicate them all. The sacred prince's hair was sparkling and translucent. With the black iron club in his hand, he looked like a demonic god. Not long after, Qi Luo came out of seclusion. First, an ocean-like killing intent rushed out, and then it turned into a warm spring breeze that blew over. One of his eye sockets was deep like a black abyss, and the other was blazing with divine radiance that was brilliant like the sun. His eye was sometimes bright and sometimes dark, and the scenes of mountains and rivers being born and the destruction of the universe could be seen within it. Even if we want to slaughter our way in, we have to pay attention to our own safety. We cannot be careless. Killing St. Qi Luo said, feeling a bit worried. These were two great assassin dynasties. Although they were no longer as glorious as they were in ancient times, they were still not people that ordinary people could afford to offend. Aren't there only two killing saints? Now that we have joined forces, we should be able to deal with them. Wu Zhongtian said. It's a pity that a part of our celestial court's trump card wasn't revealed back then, and we don't know where it was lost. If we could find it, we would definitely be able to sweep away the current two divine dynasties, Qi Luo said. At the moment, he was worried that the reserve powers of the infernal realm and the mortal world might show up, which would be a huge problem. Are we afraid of them in terms of foundation? Let's go invite people too. Dongfang Yi cried out strangely. He glanced at the monkey and laughed mischievously. Let's go invite Master, Yan Yishi and Li Tian said. Although they hadn't officially become disciples of the Heaven's Choice Stone Square's old saint, they still had a master-disciple relationship. I will also go invite Master, Li Heishui said. He was going to invite the number 1 bandit of the northern region, the Old Undying, to come out of seclusion. Killing St. Qi Luo suddenly frowned and said, "Oh, maybe it won't be that troublesome. The two killing ancestors have entered the false immortal sects, which most likely caused the infernal realm and the mortal world to lose their foundation." Why? Everyone was puzzled. The assassin dynasty was different from the other inheritances because they had offended too many great powers. If the most ancient palace was discovered, it would also mean that they would most likely be destroyed. Their foundation was hidden somewhere else, and only one person in each generation knew about it. They would only tell the successor before they passed away. Doing this can prevent the inheritances from being completely destroyed, but there is also a big problem. Back then, a part of the Celestial Court's reserve power was lost like this. A great disaster suddenly came, and the master of the Celestial Court was chased to death, causing that part of the reserve power to forever lie underground. It won't be difficult to destroy them because we know where the ancient palaces of the two great dynasties are. Yifan sneered. The assassin dynasty could not see the light of day. It could exist until now because it was sufficiently secretive. Now that it was exposed, their advantage would be gone. Yifan said calmly, "Before we attack, go tell the Jiang family, Jade Pool, and Alcade that we have found the ancestral lands of the infernal realm and the mortal world. They can go there to retrieve the skulls of their ancestors." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This forced the holy land of the human race to take action. Who could not do anything when this news was brought over? Otherwise, they would be unfilial descendants. If this news spread, it would definitely damage the clan's reputation. Everyone knew that the two great dynasties used the skulls of saints and heroes with special constitutions to build immortal palaces. It was a divine land to display their majesty. Naturally, there were the skulls of the ancestors of the great sage's land, the saints that they had assassinated in the past, and the skulls of the kings. They were all displayed there as spoils of war. Good. The two great ancient dynasties will have to bear the consequences. Everyone nodded. Their eyes were fiery, and they wanted to take action immediately. It's fine if they have already exhausted their resources. We can destroy them on our own. If they still have more, there's nothing to be afraid of. Just wait for the earth-shattering attack. Everyone began to discuss in secret and make all kinds of arrangements. They were preparing to wipe out the two great dynasties in one fell swoop. The remnants of the celestial court had been searching with endless hatred since ancient times. After working hard for so many years, they had long found out where the ancient palaces of the infernal realm and the mortal world were. This was the most crucial point. These days, they had been moving out constantly, making detailed arrangements and communicating with all parties. Yifan had personally gone to the Jiang family, the Qishir mansion, and other places. When GZ returned, he brought a very old cultivator with him. He was actually an ancient saint. People could see the vicissitudes of life in his eyes. Is this the foundation of the Ji family? Yifan asked in a low voice. GZ nodded. No one would be surprised if the Ji family had a saint. They had produced an ancient great emperor, so how could they not have a saint until now? And now, the path of immortality was about to open. If some people had specially waited for this generation, it was about time for them to come out. His brother's skull fell into the mortal world's bone palace. This was a piece of information revealed by GZ. Good. Let's see how the two great dynasties can't be destroyed, Yifan said. The celestial court had made arrangements in many places. Those who needed to be informed had already been informed. Everything was carried out strictly, and they were about to take action with lightning speed. The moon was very big, and the earth seemed to be covered with a layer of white snow. On this very peaceful night, killing intent was brewing. In the depths of the southern mountains, killing intent suddenly rushed into the heavens. The people of the celestial court were about to take action. 3 huge motherships covered the sky and earth, and 5 ancient saint war tools flickered with a cold luster. Those who were slightly weaker could also display the power of a saint on the motherships. Dongfang Yi, Yao Yuekong, Li Tian, Yen Ishi, and Old Saber Hancho each took control of 5 ancient saint mechas. With their strength, they could definitely display their power. As for Yifan, GZ, Sacred Prince, Black Emperor, and Longma, they didn't need these. They also had the power to fight. In addition, there were a few battleships that were hundreds of meters long left for the people of the heavenly village to control. Everyone was mobilized, including children like Hua. They were going to watch the battle and broaden their knowledge. In the end, they built a realm gate, tore open the space, and rushed into the eastern wasteland. They wanted to destroy the two great dynasties with their own strength. Of course, the prerequisite was that the other party didn't have a foundation, or else they would start a more heavyweight contest. Yifan and the others had studied the two great dynasties in detail. The strategic locations of the two dynasties were arranged very carefully. They were scattered in secret places in the eastern wasteland and were very secretive. But tonight, they were all going to be uprooted. Qi Luo, Sacred Prince, and GZ rushed straight towards the ancient palace. Meanwhile, the people of the great sage who were invited to come out of seclusion stood in the dark. If there was no need, they wouldn't make a move. As for Yifan and the others, they would first get rid of those strategic locations. Even though they were moving separately, in order to avoid any accidents, each team was powerful enough to thoroughly wash the place with blood. Boom! Wu Zhongtian and a few youngsters from the heavenly village controlled a several thousand meters long mothership. They were the first to attack and rushed into a small world. The mothership's power was so great that it was comparable to a saint's attack. Great Tao symbols flickered, and after the divine light swept out, this important land of the underworld was almost flattened. Die, all of you. Return Lu Ko's life. Return Grandpa Lu's life. Wu Zhongtian shouted crazily. Even his eyes were red. Back then, Lu Ko died, and his grandfather's forehead was pierced by an old assassin and nailed to the cliff. His blood dyed the cliff ground red. Ah! Miserable screams rose and fell. 80% of the people died under the first attack. A few people had their flesh and blood splattered in all directions as they tried to escape. Not a single person can live. Wu Zhongtian roared. The mothership's second attack landed, and everyone turned into bloody light. At the same time, on another battlefield, Li Heishui's eyes were bleeding and tears. He controlled a mothership and cried while sweeping through a small world of the human world. "Grandpa, I've come to take revenge for you," he roared and cried. Back then, Li Hong was also nailed to death by the people of the God of Assassins' imperial court in order to save him. Blood dyed the old man's body red. Those dim eyes, that withered body. Every time he thought about it, he would feel so much pain that he wanted to die. This was a massacre. There was no mercy, no mercy. Bloody mist lingered in the air as corpses flew everywhere. In another small world, an important place in hell, it had become hell in reality. Dongfang Yi gave the ancient mech to his younger brother Dongfang Man. He was bare-chested, and his bronze-colored body was strong and powerful. His tendons were like dragons. He held a wolf-tooth club in his hand and swept away thousands of enemies. Everywhere he passed, blood flowed like a river and flesh splattered everywhere. As for Dongfang Man, he was a typical barbarian expert. His hair was disheveled like grass, and he controlled an ancient sage mecha. He swung his huge axe around like a wild beast, harvesting lives. Ghosts wailed and gods howled, and no one could escape. The two assassins of the ancient god dynasty usually walked in the shadows and assassinated the world. But now they had become lambs to be slaughtered. Before the battle, everyone had studied the killing techniques of the celestial court. They were very familiar with the assassination techniques of hell and the human world, so they were not afraid at all. The bloody scene was cruel and miserable. Life was wailing and evil energy was released. "Grandpa Tianqi, Grandpa Jingshan, we have come to take revenge for you." Little K-er was crying. Gu Fei and Gu Lin were also sobbing. Hua Hua was crying and shouting. They were on a mothership and had followed the battle. Although they didn't take action, they had witnessed the battle with their own eyes. Boom! Yi Fan entered an important place in the north alone. It belonged to the human world. He used his golden fist to shatter the formation door and barged in. "Who is it?" a cold voice scolded. Meanwhile, a terrifying killing intent came from another direction. This was the most important small world apart from the ancient palace. There was a great completion king-level expert overseeing it. Now he had silently made his move. "The person who will kill you." Yi Fan walked in openly and replied while attacking the great completion king-level expert in the dark. PFFF. Blood splattered everywhere on the spot. He killed this world-shocking killer king-level expert with a single punch and ended his bloody life. The others also cried out miserably. How could they stop Yi Fan's footsteps? He was alone, as if he had entered an uninhabited realm. Blood flowed like a river and shattered bones flew in all directions. This was a night of bloodshed. Even the stars and moon in the sky couldn't bear to look at it. Chaos rose in all directions. Hell and the human world were dyed in blood as they were attacked. Chapter 1199. Broken bones stained with blood splattered and flesh turned into mud. This was a battlefield of carnage. The smell of blood assailed the nostrils, making people shiver. Wails filled the air. In the blood-stained scene, one body after another fell into the pile of corpses. The massacre was in progress, and no one could stop Yi Fan's footsteps. In the final strike, he tore open this decaying small dimension with his golden fist, turning all the bones and blood into ashes. This was the fourth small dimension he had slaughtered. There was no sympathy, no mercy. He was like an evil spirit from the kingdom of the dead, constantly attacking, his hands stained with blood. In the past, the two divine dynasties ran amok in the world. Once the order to kill was issued, the four seas turned cold and the eastern wasteland was poisoned, making people tremble with fear. Now, they had also reached a critical moment of life and death. They had suffered a devastating blow, and their foundation was collapsing as they were swept away. Yi Fan's heart was very cold and hard, without the slightest sympathy. He watched as one life after another disappeared between his golden fist and fingers, not even frowning. Taking revenge for an old friend and pulling out the tumor, he did not feel the slightest bit of guilt. His body turned into a golden light and soared into the sky, rushing to the next place. This was a night of bloodshed. The most important places of the mortal world and hell had suffered a devastating blow. The demonic blade in old Saber Hancho's hand swung, and a black blade light slashed across 3,000 zhang. Murderous intent swept through the universe, and starlight poured into his body. He hacked a small world, plunging the people here into misery and suffering. As a descendant of the celestial court, he had a great hatred in his heart. He had endured humiliation for many years, and now, facing this group of enemies, a tooth for a tooth, blood for blood, he slaughtered them all. The mortal world was said to be able to measure 90,000 zhang of the secular world. At their most glorious time, they could overlook the world and rule the 9 heavens. They had 9 small sealed worlds, but now they were collapsing one by one. Hell, at its most powerful, was comparable to a group of fallen gods. Holding a blood-dripping divine sword, they beheaded the saints of the world. It was terrifying and bloody, and had a total of 18 layers or 18 small worlds. The river of time flowed, and now they were far from their peak state. Since the ancient times, a number of small sealed worlds had been destroyed, but they still left behind some of the most solid foundations. But at this moment, the foundation of the 2 divine dynasties had collapsed. Everyone in the eastern wasteland was attacking the lifelines of the 2 divine dynasties. The 5 masters, Dongfang Yi, Old Saber Hancho, Li Tian, Yenishi, and Yao Yuekong, had reached the cutting Dao realm on Earth Heaven. Now that they were controlling the ancient sage war tools, they were invincible, and each of them could kill their enemies. Especially Li Tian, with the goddess furnace, the artifact of the great sage of Zhonggu. He had already destroyed 2 mysterious small worlds all by himself. In front of absolute power, everything else was illusory. The great sage of the ancient era's divine furnace attacked. Li flames overflowed into the heavens, and the essence of the sun overflowed in all directions, incinerating everything in the world. The blood had evaporated, and the bones had become scorched earth. The people of the celestial court killed their own way to the central region, because the most ancient palaces of the 2 divine dynasties were in that direction. It would be the final battleground. The 3 mother ships rumbled. Li Heishui, Little K-Er, Wu Zhongtian, and Yi Tong shed tears as they killed to avenge their loved ones. Beams of godly light shot out, and Dao runes enveloped the area. The screams, begging for mercy, and the corpses of the dead intertwined with each other, playing a soul-calming song. The sleepless night, the night of blood and bones, and the shocking night were destined to be recorded in the annals of history, because this was the end of an era. The killing continued, and the bloodshed continued. The assassins of the 2 ancient godly dynasties roared and fought back until their swords broke and their bodies collapsed. But the result couldn't be changed. Just like how they had destroyed the foundations of others in the past, the same thing happened to them tonight. This was a cycle. Kill! Shouts of killing shook the sky. No assassin could escape. This was a destructive blow, and the people of the celestial court were determined to kill all the high-level members of the 2 divine dynasties. The flames of war reached the sky, and blood dyed the ground. From the southern region to the northern region, and then to the central region, the entire eastern wasteland was swept away. Ancestors, rest in peace. Today we will destroy hell and the human world. We will bring back your skulls and let you rest in peace. The people of the celestial court weren't the only ones fighting. The Ji family, Jade Lake Holy Land, Sky Demon Palace, Wavering Light Holy Land, Jiang family, Daoi Holy Land, and others had all received the notice at the last moment and came to participate in the battle. These people had no choice but to come. The bones of their ancestors were displayed in the most ancient palace in the world of assassins. When the news came, it was the same as forcing them to express their stance and take action. Kill! 49th generation ancestor, please wait. We will welcome you back and bury you in the family graveyard. Kill! Avenge our ancestors. Kill all these executioners. Wash away the humiliation, and bring back the remains of our ancestors. Shouts of killing shook the sky. The world of mortals and the 18 layers of hell were collapsing. How could they resist such an army? The earth trembled. Thousands of soldiers and horses galloped across the sky. It was as if 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals were charging and descending into the world. Regardless of whether it was out of sincerity or out of helplessness, the holy lands of the eastern wasteland all sent people over. This was a force that couldn't be ignored. Some people brought divine weapons and started a massacre tonight. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yi Fan's mouth. He walked alone in the cold and barren northern region and destroyed the fifth small world. The bright moon hung high in the sky. It was cold and desolate. He stood on a cliff and looked into the distance. The foundation of the human world and hell in the northern region had been completely wiped out by him. Wang! The void trembled. He stepped into the realm gate under the moonlight and met up with the central region to begin the final expedition. This was a peaceful place. In the middle of the night, the barking of wild dogs and the cries of night owls could be heard from the distance, making this place seem even colder. No one would care about the mass grave. There were still a few corpses that were thrown mercilessly into the wilderness for a few wild dogs to gnaw on. No one would think that this was the entrance to the ancient palace of the Hell God dynasty. The most unshakable ancestral foundation was here. It was dirty and messy. It was close to a backward small city. It was very unremarkable. The corpses of dead people and animals were thrown here. Who would have thought that hell would tolerate it? It had always ignored it and was in the middle of a dirty mass grave. For tens of thousands of years, this small divine world had never been discovered by anyone. It was orderly and stable and no one knew about it. The large black dog had already walked around this place dozens of times. The killing saint GZ and the sacred prince were standing still. There might even be a saint holding the line in the darkness. They wanted to destroy realm after realm, so they first came to the undying demonic land of hell. A saint of the Ji family and Wei Yi had already gone to the small divine world of the human world to guard and seal it for them. Everyone had a formation pattern on them to prevent their aura from leaking and alerting the enemy. Everyone was very cautious, and they were about to begin the final attack. Tell the people of the great sage's land to come here. The realm gate opened, and the news spread. Not long after, groups of people rushed over, forming a black mass. Some people brought saint tools. The Wavering Light Holy Land, the Jiang family, the Jade Lake Holy Land, the Ji family, and the others all had their own way of hiding their aura. However, there was no need to hide now. The final battle had arrived. The large black dog was the first to rush in and break the formation, followed by Qi Luo, Yi Fan, GZ, the Sacred Prince, and Longma. Behind them were the armies of the various lands. A great battle suddenly broke out. After passing through the entrance of the illusion formation, there was a spacious land with lush vegetation. Stone cliffs rose up, and purple mist curled up. The mountains were strange and majestic. Enemy attack! An ear-piercing scream sounded. There was actually a king tier guarding the mountain gate, and he immediately gave an alarm. However, it was useless. Yifan took the lead and rushed over like a true dragon soaring through the sky. His fists were fierce and heavy, and in the instant he swung his leg, the void collapsed. He was extremely fast. He was using the row technique, and the formation in front of him was nothing. Golden blood chi surged like a sea, and he shattered the defense of the king tier with a single stomp, destroying the barrier of light. This person's cultivation was profound, and he was originally hiding in the void. However, in front of Yifan, he had nowhere to hide, and he attacked with his king tier Dao tool in panic. Ka! Under Yifan's stomp, although the king tier was divine and powerful, and was honored as a killing king, he still couldn't block it, and his Dao tool shattered. Bloody light surged. Yifan was extremely ruthless, and his foot pierced through the king tier's chest. In the instant that his knee bent, he smashed his forehead and killed his primordial spirit. Shwa! This was lightning fast, and Yifan almost rushed over in a flash. He didn't stop at all, and a king tier exploded. Blood splattered everywhere, and he died just like that. Pong! In the instant that Yifan landed, he shattered the purple mountain in front of him with a punch. This was the target of his attack, and he made all the formations around the mountain gate lose their effectiveness, destroying the main formation flag gate. Kill! Kill! Destroy the underworld. Bring back the divine bones of our ancestors. Wipe away all shame and humiliation. Angry roars sounded. Regardless of whether the people of the great sage's land were sincere or not, when they arrived here, they were all stirred up by this type of blood energy. Shouts of war shook the heavens. Everyone rushed forward together. All types of war chariots rumbled, and savage beasts tore apart the sky. Divine arrows shot out one after another, flying towards those restrictions. Hong! Expanse after expanse of divine light flew out, Tao traces appearing one after another. A destructive explosion erupted, energy overflowing into the heavens, dazzling and dazzling. This was a small divine realm, rumored to have been left behind by an archaic deity. It was found by the people of the underworld, and then turned into an important ancestral base. It was precisely because of this that this small realm was sturdy and undying, difficult to destroy. For all great powers, it was a piece of divine land. This is a precious land. If my celestial court establishes a sect on these ruins, it will flourish for 10,000 generations. This realm will be difficult to break through. Killing Saint Chi Luo said, "Who dares intrude into the underworld? The deities will be furious. Everyone will pay for their sins with blood. All of you will fall." An enormous roar sounded, as if an archaic deity was roaring, shaking up many people until their blood and chi surged. There were even more people who directly exploded, dying a violent death in that instant. This was a wave of heaven overflowing holy might. In the spacious land up ahead, a stone beast was roaring. The powerful holy might was released from it. It opened its bloody eyes. This was a mountain-protecting stone beast, a statue that was placed before the gates of the underworld. It was shaped like a stone dragon, but it revived, as if it was a type of ancient life form that revived from the ancient past. This is a holy level puppet. Who would have thought that the underworld would have this type of thing left behind? It really is too precious. Unfortunately, it has their will and soul imprints engraved on it, unable to be used by us. Chi Luo shook his head. Then let's kill it. Completely destroy it. Yifan, GZ, and the sacred prince took action together, treading on the sky. They all produced holy artifacts, fighting the stone dragon together. Everyone was horrified. Their strength had long advanced. Even though they didn't cross tribulation, not verifying with heaven and earth, their bodies and primordial spirits had already completed transformations, able to fight saints. Chang, void crack heavenly Tao. Clang, sacred emperors transformed into war immortals. Hong, divine body that defied the heavens. 3 great imperial prince-level figures took action together. Now, they could all fight saints, so the power was naturally powerful to the extreme, ear-splitting. Within the terrifying screen of light, the stone dragon roared angrily, roared, and struggled. In the end, it cried out in grief and then cracked apart. Its holy level body exploded. Chapter 1200. The stone dragon's head tumbled down, and its sturdy and powerful body also shattered, exploding in all directions. Saint-level power spread out like a sword slicing through the heavens, shattering hundreds of mountains and turning thousands of hills into ashes. Killing Saint Chi Luo slashed at the void with his finger, and a large black crack appeared. He channeled all the destructive power into it, or else everyone present would be affected. The great sage's people all sucked in a breath of cold air. 3 princes had actually destroyed a saint-level puppet on the spot. What did this mean? They could kill real sages. Clang! The copper bell rang out, ringing out for several hundred li. The entire small divine world was filled with killing intent, sword energy weaved about. Tens of thousands of streaks flew out, hacking towards this direction. Pooh! One of the Purple Mansion's sacred lands' war chariots was reduced to dust, and the experts inside were instantly turned into a bloody mist. Chi! Sword chi myriad illusionary winds and clouds rose, and colorful lights streaked across the sky. Even from far away, people would feel pain in their bodies, and their hair would be shaved off. For more than 100,000 years, No outsider had ever trespassed. This was a world of death, the residence of the ancient saints of the underworld. Even though it was no longer glorious, it was still world-shocking and full of killing intent. No matter who came to attack, they would not be able to advance without paying the price of blood. Xiao, a thick sword chi, which looked like a black mountain peak, swept over and chopped more than 10 people of the Jade Lake into bloody paste on the spot. This caused a burst of exclamations, and the rest of the people quickly retreated. Boom! The Yaoguang Holy Land suffered a heavy blow. A huge sword fell from the sky and chopped more than a dozen legendary figures into meat paste. This was a murderous calamity. Streak after streak of heaven connecting sword energy flew out, thick like mountains, almost reaching the saint level. It was unknown if they were released by an ancient formation, or if they were cut down by someone. Qi Luo let out a long howl. The sound waves were like ocean waves as they engulfed the front and blocked all the sword qi. He was holding the line here as he cautiously stared at the depths of the profound world, guarding against the most terrifying enemy. The large black dog was infuriated, and he quickly set up a row of formation platforms. This was the incomplete Wu Shi killing formation. Instantly, auspicious aura surged, and killing intent spread out in all directions. Boom! Smoke and dust rushed into the heavens ahead. A mountain region was flattened, but the sword energy was unending, still attacking. Kill! The sacred prince let out a long roar and leaped several kilometers into the sword light. He brandished his black cudgel and attacked in all directions. Rumble! The great mountain was like a piece of paper, unable to withstand even a single strike. If it didn't turn into ashes, it would be sent flying like rice straws. Large amounts of Tao patterns were forcefully destroyed by him. GZ walked forward, moving through the void. With a raise of his hand, several dozen mountain ridges were sent flying, tossing them into the depths of hell, neutralizing the attacks here. Yifan's entire body was like divine glass, surrounded by brilliant light. With each step, a golden gate was propped up. Endless weapons flew out, sweeping forward. Clanging sword cries shook the heavens, tearing apart heaven and earth. The drawn-out sound of a bell shocked the heavens, and when the ripples spread out, it destroyed everything. The pagoda rose and fell, destroying the Tao marks and obliterating the killing intent. The sacred prince, GZ, and Yifan moved together, cooperating with the Black Emperor's killing formation, forcibly carving out a path. Blood splashed outwards. The divine killer court's casualties exceeded 100, and large amounts of terrifying restrictions were also broken through. Those who intrude into hell will not be able to return. They will fall here, forever unable to reincarnate. An eerie voice rang out. What a joke! Hell has already been exposed, so what does it count as now? Its destruction is imminent, yet you still dare threaten us. A Jiang family's supreme elder sneered. In the past, the Holy Lands feared you all because they didn't know about your nest and couldn't guard against it. Now, not a single one of you can leave. A living fossil from the great Yen Holy Land shouted. Deities, please open your eyes and devour everyone's blood. The sacrifices have already been prepared, so enjoy them to your heart's content. The gloomy voice sounded again. This type of tone was extremely strange, extremely cold, making one feel a horrifying aura, small goosebumps appearing on their skin. Pretending to be mysterious and deceiving. Before the Tao method that can hack apart the world, everything is empty. Hell's destruction is imminent. The Black Emperor roared. He opened his mouth and spat out 365 great banners, covering the sky and covering the earth. Smoke surged, killing intent endless as it swept outwards. An enormous sound rang through the air, an intense confrontation. All types of killing light flew out, turning the area in front into a scorched earth. Even chaotic energy was blasted outwards. It had to be said that Hell's defenses were extremely astonishing. Just the outer region already touched upon ancient divine formations, terrifying beyond compare. From time to time, heaven-shattering killing intent flew over. The Holy Land's people released cries of alarm. In the blink of an eye, several dozen people had their bodies hacked apart, collapsing into pools of blood. Everyone's faces were ashen. Even at the most crucial moment, the nest that hadn't appeared since the ancient times was discovered by the people of the world. Hell's people were still resisting with their backs against the wall. If this continued, even if they succeeded in taking down this small divine world, the casualties would still be disastrous. Another layer of restrictions was broken through. Everyone advanced through the shattered mountain region. This small divine world was incomparably sturdy. There were formation patterns everywhere, densely packed and filled with endless killing intent. Use the Cosmos Mothership to destroy this place, Yifan said. Heavenly Village had 3 motherships, but because the space here was limited and it was too dangerous, they only had Li Heishui control one to follow them in. Hong! Large amounts of light flew out, submerging everything in front of them, about to completely destroy this place. Blazing symbols engraved themselves in the void. This was the mothership's great Tao weapon, displaying great power. It was like a sharp sword cutting through grass, a single sweep sweeping through everything. All types of restrictions quickly collapsed. Yifan and the others continuously broke through 8 layers of danger. When they reached the 9th layer, they couldn't break through any further. They could clearly see the figures of the killer divine quartz people, but they couldn't do anything. In that mountain region, black mists rose in spirals, dark clouds covering everything. It was as if the gates of hell had been opened, the aura of death covering heaven and earth. The flawless ancient formation laid down by a sacred king, the Black Emperor, was given a fright, his large eyes widening, radiance shooting out in all directions as they opened and closed. Everyone encountered great trouble. This ancient formation had existed for hundreds of thousands of years, yet only a small portion of it was damaged, difficult to break through. "Give me the goddess furnace," Killing Saint spoke. Li Tian handed it over. Yifan, GZ, and the sacred prince walked up, activating the ancient great sage's top-grade magical artifact together with Qi Luo, blasting it forward. "Attack there," the Black Emperor pointed. A crack appeared between his brows, that vertical eye able to see through the formation, searching for weaknesses and flaws. Hong! The ancient great sage's power erupted, flame essence overflowing into the heavens, domineering to the extreme. The goddess furnace was sparkling and translucent, crushing forward like a mountain. Kacha! A terrifying sound rang out. An enormous crack was forcefully hacked open in the sacred king's formation, the Tao traces there being obliterated. The flames of the goddess furnace overflowed into the heavens, as if it was going to refine this entire world. It pierced through this place, opening up a path of life. Without a doubt, the consumption of the ancient great sage's magical artifact was tremendous. If it was anyone else who released such a powerful attack, they would most likely have been sucked dry. Yifan and the others' complexions slowly returned to normal as they breathed in and out. They were fine, continuing to attack forward. "Ah!" Miserable cries rang out as the people from the various holy lands killed their way in, attacking the people from the Hell God dynasty mercilessly. In this place, the formation's Tao patterns decreased sharply, and its power wasn't as strong. Everyone could pass through and chase after the assassins. Something's not right. Yifan's hair stood on end. He had a bad premonition because they had reached the deepest part of the Hell God dynasty, but they didn't see the legendary White Bone Palace. "We've attacked, but where are the Hell's Killing Saint? Why is the highest cultivation only that great completion king we saw at the start, and there's also a stone dragon puppet? Where are the other giants? Retreat quickly. Not good, we might be in trouble." Everyone's expressions changed. There was a vast expanse of land in front of them, as if an ancient building had been uprooted, leaving only traces. Clearly, that should be the most ancient palace, but it was no longer there. The entire divine spirit world seemed to have been abandoned, and not a single one of the giants from the Hell God dynasty had appeared. "Go!" Longma was the first to take out a formation platform. He opened the realm gate and wanted to escape. Without the Saint King's formation to block them, leaving shouldn't be a problem. However, he was immediately stunned. The realm gate had just been opened, but it was silently destroyed again. He couldn't escape. The others also encountered the same problem. What happened? Although there weren't many people from the various holy lands, there were still 500 to 600 of them in total. It was chaos. Who would have thought that our hell would have such a day? Even the ancestral land of the gods has been breached. As expected, there is no eternal divine dynasty, and there is no immortal inheritance. Everything will reach its end one day, and the vicissitudes of prosperity and decline are eternal truths. A withered figure appeared and sighed. He was like a ghost, and just now, he had actually evaded everyone's divine senses. It's the Hell God Dynasty's killing saint. Someone shouted. Chi Luo's eyes flickered. The blood transformation blade in his hand increased explosively, and it was about to slash out at any moment. However, after looking carefully, he stopped. The ghost-like killing saint said to himself, "In the end, it's still our hell's decline. If it was during the glorious times of the primordial era, even if we didn't have any trump cards, 10 ancient saints wouldn't necessarily be able to take us down." "It's just a shadow," Yifan said. He could shatter the shadow left behind by killing Saint with a single punch. "Hee. Everyone, you should just go on your way. I didn't think that you would really be able to find this place. This is the first time since the ancient times. You can always live longer if you're careful. All of you, die." Killing Saint's eyes were terrifying. The surrounding heaven and earth suddenly changed, and it pressed forward. Tao flames raged, turning into a cage that wanted to burn everyone into ashes. "Ah!" Miserable cries immediately rang out. In an instant, a large number of people from the various holy lands died or were injured. They couldn't resist and were turned into ashes. "Ancient great sage's formation pattern," the Black Emperor said in shock. When everyone heard this, their faces all turned snow-white. The small divine world was being compressed, and there were actually great sage-level Tao patterns imprinted on it. The entire mysterious world was a giant killing formation. What a pity! It would be great if 7 or 8 saints came in. That way it would be worth it. However, having 3 imperial princes is enough. The hell-killing saint, who was all skin and bones, said sinisterly, "You really are willing to part with it? Using the ancient great sage's formation like this rare small divine world will collapse." A living fossil from the great Yen Holy Land said with an anxious expression. There was no way for them to escape. The small divine world produced a world stone, and we dug it out. That was its essence, and it can be used to reopen the mysterious world in the future. All right, all of you can go on your way. The hell-killing saint's shadow shouted. He merged into the formation, and terrifying killing intent erupted. Hong! The people from the various holy lands were alarmed. Someone brought a divine artifact. Even though it wasn't a divine artifact, its power was still shocking. They attacked with all their might, but they couldn't break open this world. "Ah!" Miserable cries rang out. Life blossomed. More than half of the several hundred people died in the blink of an eye. Blood flowed everywhere. In front of the ancient great sage's formation, the cultivators were as weak as ants. They were like wheat being cut down, falling in rows. Hong! Yen Ishi released a clear roar, activating the goddess furnace. He opened the lid and swallowed Li Tian, Longma, Black Emperor, Mothership, and all the other people and artifacts that could be taken in. This was a killing calamity. The goddess furnace could block the great sage's ancient formation's attack, but even after everyone fell inside, they still couldn't escape from danger. Energy surged, and the great sage's artifact trembled. Even though the divine furnace wasn't damaged, everyone couldn't take it. Many people turned into bloody paste inside the furnace. Yifan's expression was extremely cold. He brought out the green cauldron and held it in his hand, blocking in front of everyone to protect himself. When the great sage level fluctuations surged over, the green cauldron finally released a hazy immortal light, blocking the heaven overflowing energy. Hong! The small divine world couldn't withstand the power of the great sage's formation and finally collapsed. Divine light wrapped around the survivors as they rushed out. The Black Emperor struggled free from the divine light. His entire body was covered in blood as he fell onto the ground. He roared, This emperor's meticulously prepared, unrivaled killing formation hasn't even been used, yet I was almost killed by someone. Yi Fan's expression was extremely cold. I just knew that the ancient divine dynasty is difficult to destroy. Even if they aren't as glorious as before, they are still extremely dangerous. However, they won't be able to escape this disaster. Chapter 1201. The small divine world was collapsing. It contained the ancient great sage's formation imprint. The fluctuations it emitted were terrifying enough to make deities weep and immortals cry. Everyone was covered in blood. If not for the green cauldron, they might have already been torn to pieces and fallen. The goddess furnace was unharmed because it was the great sage's magical artifact. However, the people here hadn't reached this level yet, so they couldn't withstand the impact of the great sage's level. They're all dead. Longma's body was mottled with blood. When it turned around, it discovered that the 500 to 600 people from the Holy Lands had been completely wiped out. Even though Yi Fan had taken out the green cauldron, the green light's range was limited. It wasn't a large-scale attack, but a type of instinctive self-defense. Apart from GZ, the Sacred Prince, the Black Emperor, and Qi Luo, even the Saint-grade mothership was half destroyed. Li Heishui was coughing up blood as he collapsed on the ground. 7 or 8 damaged divine artifacts were destroyed in this battle. They couldn't resist that kind of heavenly might. Once the ancient great sage's formation appeared, it could cut the moon and split the stars. Many saints couldn't do anything even if they joined hands. Everyone was speechless. Hell was truly ruthless. They didn't hesitate to destroy the small divine world that was rarely seen since ancient times. This was a trap set up to deal with Wei Yi from Tianxian Stone Square, the old master of Qishir Manor, and other saints. There were some people from the Holy Lands who still had weak divine senses. However, they were about to vanish into thin air. Their bloody bones had long turned into mush, and they could only wail and wail. Our bodies and souls have been destroyed. They cried out in fear, but they couldn't change anything. This place had become hell in name and in reality. The entire small world had been destroyed, and the great sage's formation had collapsed. The last sound had been scattered by the aftermath. Hong. Killing Saint took out the goddess furnace. Its entire body shone brilliantly and rippled with crystalline light. It erased the last traces of the killing formation, and this place regained its peace. The Holy Land's army had been completely annihilated. Hell was ruthless and decisive. They abandoned the nest that had never changed since the beginning of time. The first time someone attacked, they directly detonated this place. The only fortunate thing was that only Yi Fan and a few key people came in. They didn't bring the heavenly village's descendants. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Kill them all. Hell and the human world will definitely be destroyed. You dare to trick this emperor? Your lair has been discovered. Let's see where you can escape to. The Black Emperor bared his teeth and wiped off the blood on his body. Let's go to the human world, Yi Fan said. The group tore open the void and stepped into the realm gate, rushing towards the other ancestral land of assassins. In the latter half of the night, the moonlight was gentle, and the ground was shrouded in a thin layer of white smoke. The mountain village was quiet, backed by a small mountain. The houses were majestic, the mulberry forest was everywhere. The bamboo forest was green, and the fertile farmland in front of the village was crisscrossed. This was a small mountain village. Chickens and dogs could be heard occasionally, and frogs could be heard croaking in the fish pond. Although there were sounds of insects, it was quiet and serene. For so many tens of thousands of years, no one knew that the human world was hidden in this paradise-like countryside, and the entrance was a dried-up well outside the village. At this moment, the great army was like a steel jungle, motionless. They had already sealed off the area, and a few saints were hidden in the dark, silently blocking the area. When Yi Fan, the Sacred Prince, and the others went to hell, another group of people from the Holy Lands had already arrived, including the old saint of the Ji clan who had been sealed until now. What was surprising was that the current saint of the Jiang clan, Jiang Yifei, had personally arrived. He rode on a golden roar and walked on the moon. He was elegant and refined, extraordinary and refined. On the other side, the Jade Lake Saintess' white clothes fluttered like a fairy. Under the moonlight, she was as beautiful as the master of the Moon Palace. The people of the heavenly village had gathered their main forces in hell, while the people of the Holy Lands had gathered their main forces here. In addition, the saint of the Holy Land of Super Yen had come in person. After all, some important figures had come. The Purple Mansion Saintess had also come out of seclusion. As a connate Tao fetus, she was now untainted by the mortal world. Her celestial appearance was pure and untainted, and she was enshrouded in purple energy. She was in harmony with the Tao, and her every movement was unfathomable. After so many years, no one knew what level she had reached. Those who attacked hell are all dead. After the leaders of the Holy Lands gathered here heard this, they all frowned. Although they weren't elites and couldn't damage the foundation, it was still a big setback. "We have reason to believe that this place is most likely a trap," an old Saint Lord said. The reputation of the human world and hell had been famous for thousands of years. The whole world feared them. As long as their lair wasn't destroyed, their inheritance would continue. Even if they declined, there would be a day when they would return. Now, they weren't as prosperous as they used to be. In general, they were in a weak period, but they still weren't a force that could be shaken by ordinary great forces. Everyone frowned. If they didn't succeed tonight, then they would have to face terrifying attacks for a long time in the future. That would be a nightmare. 2 killing saints. No matter how tight the defense was, it would still be a great disaster. If they weren't eliminated, many people would be beheaded, and even their orthodoxies would be destroyed. They stepped into the mysterious world of the human world. The mountains and rivers inside were beautiful, and multicolored light rose between the peaks. It was like a paradise, and there were spiritual birds and auspicious beasts of various sections. It didn't look like a country of killers. The Cosmos mothership moved through the sky, forcefully destroying the entrance, expanding the passageway countless times. Killing intent erupted, and there were killers from the divine dynasty retaliating. Everyone didn't advance rashly. They stood outside, using magical force to sweep forward, causing the blood of the killers in front of them to splash out. Mists of light rose, and corpses were everywhere. "We can confirm that the giants here have long retreated." After everyone carefully observed, they came to this conclusion. It was the same defense as in hell. They wanted to resist intensely, lure everyone into a trap, and then kill them all. What do we do? Everyone was anxious. If they didn't destroy the land of the 2 great sage, then they would face a nightmare in the future. Regardless of whether it was the handsome Jiang Yifei or the elegant Jade Lake Saint Lady, they all frowned. This made everyone feel uneasy. "Let me give it a try. I'll use the innate heaven's fate to see if I can sense a few special circumstances," the Purple Mansion Saint Lady said. The Purple Mansion Holy Maiden said. She sat down cross-legged and used her innate divine technique to fuse with the great Tao, activating the entire divine spirit realm. The innate Tao core was incomparably mysterious, having the same type of constitution as the Western Emperor. It was rumored that great Emperor Wu Shi's mother also had this type of constitution. It was terrifying beyond compare. They were innately close to the great Tao and could pry into the secrets of the world. Everyone was hopeful. They stopped attacking and protected her in the center, waiting quietly. The Purple Mansion Saint Lady closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling. Her skin was translucent like white jade, emitting a sparkling luster. Strands of Tao light shot out, merging with the mysterious world. Heaven and earth intertwined, and she became the only one in the light, hazy and holy. The great Tao that had experienced the vicissitudes of time came to merge with her, making her incomparably mysterious. At this moment, she became the embodiment of the great Tao, deriving all the secrets of this place, wanting to recreate the past. Seeing this, Yi Fan also sat down. He used the ancient technique recorded in the Vedas, which he had obtained from the other side of the starry sky, to reverse time and trace back to the source, wanting to recreate the past. Divine Tao waves spread out, and the saint body and Tao core actually reacted. They mutually boosted each other, causing the great Tao of heaven and earth to completely merge, drowning the two of them. Everyone was shocked, and they all revealed strange expressions. The Black Emperor was just angry, but now he was incomparably excited. He shouted in a low voice, "Innate Saint Body, Tao Core, recreate someone like Great Emperor Wuxia." Boom! With a final tremor, Yi Fan and the Purple Mansion Saint Lady opened their eyes, revealing expressions of shock. The great Tao was traceless, and it had long been severed. There was nothing left here. There was no way to find out. The killing saints of the mortal world had done it cleanly, cutting off all traces of the past. What should they do? Some of the Holy Lands were incomparably regretful. After this battle, there would definitely be a great calamity. How would they face the anger of the two killing saints? Even if they used their trump cards, it wouldn't bode well against the killing saints. These were demons born to kill. What should we do now? There will be a bloody battle in the future, and who knows how many people will die. If we can't destroy the two divine dynasties, we will have to face their endless revenge. Damn it! Why is it like this? Everyone was worried and clenched their fists. They paced back and forth, but there was nothing they could do. It was too late for regrets. Yi Fan stood up and looked at Qi Luo, saying, "I'll go in and bring it out intact." Killing Saint Qi Luo nodded and said, "Be careful. Although there are no more killing saints guarding this place, you still have to be careful. If you touch the great sage level array, nothing will be left of this place." What are you guys talking about? Could it be that there is a way? Everyone was surprised and looked over. That's right. The ancient god dynasty must be destroyed. Yi Fan nodded. He walked into the distance. The Ji family's Saint Wei Yi Qi Luo, the old master of the Qishir Manor, the #1 bandit of the northern region, and the others all came out and walked over. Yi Fan took out a broken green cauldron. He stepped inside and sat cross-legged. He asked the saints to take action and use this cauldron to send him into the depths of the God-Spirit small world. In the distance, everyone was shocked. The people of the Holy Lands all looked at the ancient cauldron that was modeled with copper and looked like scrap metal. For a moment, they were speechless. This is, back then, the biggest winner of the Yuhua God dynasty's ancestral land, is him. Back then, even the kings of the ancient races and the orthodoxies of the various emperors were alarmed. The world was shocked. They went to the dragon vein of the Central Plains to fight for the immortal cauldron. But in the end, nothing happened. Today, it actually appeared in the hands of Yi Fan. Many people's eyes burned with passion. All of them were greatly moved, but they didn't dare to express anything. Now, how many people could kill the saint physique? It was very difficult to snatch it away. This cauldron actually needed so many people to work together to activate it. It shocked everyone so much that they were speechless. Show! A faint green light flashed. The bronze cauldron carried Yi Fan and passed through it. It was faster than lightning. Vaguely, the power of time seemed to be reversing. The entire space seemed to be reshaping. It was too terrifying and strange. The ancient saint's array was obstructing it, but it was penetrated by this cauldron. It broke through the restrictions and forcibly opened up a path, created a terrifying hole and passed through. Everyone was shocked. After a long time, someone asked how exactly the two great god dynasties were found. Killing Saint Qi Luo was silent. Sadness appeared on his face as he slowly walked into the distance. His back was bleak, as if he had suddenly aged 1,000 years. Old Saber Hancho followed him and supported his own grandfather. An old man from Heavenly Village sighed lightly and told them the secret. Killing Saint Qi Luo had 7 children. Many years ago, they were sent to the small strongholds of hell and the mortal world respectively. It was all for the sake of finding the important places of the two great god dynasties and then groping their way into the final ancient palace. No one knew what happened during this period of time. During these endless years, the people of Heavenly Village had seen Qi Luo cry loudly 5 or 6 times. Every time he was grief-stricken. The final result was that Qi Luo adopted a grandson. Old Saber Hancho accompanied him at his side. Everyone thought that he was his own grandson. Needless to say, his own son and others had all died. If his 7 sons were still alive, They should have had a large number of children surrounding the killing saint. However, in the end he was all alone. My last uncle endured for more than 2,000 years. 2 years ago, he successfully entered the mortal world's most ancient palace. However, not long after, he also died. Old Saber Honcho said, "The reason why the ancestral lands of the mortal world and hell could be discovered was because of this person. After the destruction of the celestial court, only 2 or 3 small shrimps survived. It was not until Qi Luo's generation that the situation improved and they recovered some of their strength. They had been weak for a long time. Their predecessors spent a lot of effort, but they could only find 1 or 2 small strongholds. Qi Luo endured the pain and let all his sons and daughters think of a way to enter. After such a long period of time, they finally entered the highest ancient palace. My last child succeeded. He wasn't exposed. However, because he was sent to excavate a place, the people who went with him were all killed." Qi Luo said indifferently. Endless sorrow filled the depths of his eyes. Father and son were connected by blood. They had a kind of secret method that allowed them to have a brief telepathic connection before they died. 2 years ago, when the last youngest son's soul was cut off, he wept blood and passed on a set of strange coordinates to him. However, his soul power was too weak, so he didn't have time to finish talking. In the end, he told him that it was engraved in a place in the mortal world and that he could find it. The mortal world and hell combined to excavate a heaven domain. After excavating it, they killed all the participants. This was Qi Luo's judgment. Boom! All of a sudden, the small world of the gods in the mortal world collapsed. The ancient great sage's formation was revived. Everyone was shaken. It strangled and destroyed everything in the world. Everyone retreated. Yifan rushed out while riding the green cauldron. How was it? Everyone rushed forward and surrounded him. They asked nervously. We succeeded. We found the coordinates of a heaven domain. Yifan answered. When Killer Saint Qi Luo heard this, he couldn't hold back anymore. Murky old tears rolled down his face. His body trembled. There was relief but also endless sorrow. He murmured only one word. Child. A cold wind blew over. Mist lingered between heaven and earth. Everyone was cheering. This meant that the 2 great divine dynasties might be completely destroyed. Everyone had a rough guess. The people of the killer god imperial court must have hidden in that heaven domain. They had given up their lair since ancient times and were going to hide here. At this moment, only Qi Luo was lonely. He couldn't say a word for a long time. His body was trembling slightly. He looked up at the horizon and let his old tears fall. Old Sword Honcho went up to support him. He couldn't say anything and could only accompany him at his side. Senior, let's go and destroy these 2 great divine dynasties, Yifan said. He couldn't say anything else at this moment. Only by completely eliminating the enemy would he feel the greatest consolation. Charge, kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Kill. Go to that heaven domain and completely flatten it. Let the 2 great ancient divine dynasties become history and vanish like smoke in thin air tonight. Everyone roared in anger. The formation platform had already been sent out. The realm gate had already been opened. Everyone went on their way and rushed towards that heaven domain. This was an ancient land. It was actually in the outer realms. There was primal chaos lingering about. It had left the surface of the ancient stars, so it was truly too difficult to be discovered. Chapter 1202. The mist flowed slowly. Deathly stillness was the eternal theme. There wasn't the slightest bit of sound. This was the outer realm, a high and mighty heaven region that had left the earth. In reality, the hazy mist wasn't mist, but true primal chaos. This place was extremely barren, retaining the most primitive aura. For cultivators, primal chaos was precious energy. If they could refine it, they could turn it into evil energy in magic treasures and deduce the secrets of the heavenly Tao. However, not many people could use it. Only saints could absorb it and refine their bodies. Looking down from the outer realm, a huge star was incomparably vast and beautiful. However, it was only one of the many stars in the heavens, a drop in the ocean. Hiding here, completely far away from the ancient stars. If not for that set of coordinates, who could find it? The ancient god dynasty had already prepared a path of retreat. They had a premonition that the situation wasn't good, so they gave up on their ancestral land. They were quite decisive. This was already the outer realm, quite a distance away from the ancient life stars. If not for the Black Emperor's formation being powerful and mysterious, how could ordinary people reach here? The path of immortality was about to open. Not long ago, two terrifying killing ancestors had charged into the false immortal gate. After that, the two great god dynasties sensed danger and made preparations for a full retreat. We finally found them. We can't let a single one of them escape. Old Saber Honcho roared. Standing beside Qi Luo, he wanted to take revenge for his 7 uncles. Killing Saint had long since regained his calm. His expression was indifferent, without joy or worry. Right now, he only had one thought, and that was to destroy hell and the human world so that the souls of his 7 sons could rest in peace. The heaven region was a desolate primal chaos land. It was a naturally narrow space-time that formed a small sky. After being excavated, it could become a paradise. Vicious Great Tomb and the false immortal gate that appeared not long ago were true primal chaos divine lands. They were full of vitality and contained all kinds of ancient medicines and divine treasures. It was a small world, and this sky was formed after the primal chaos divine lands dried up. It had lost 90% of its spiritual energy, but it was still a rare land of treasures. This is the abandoned seclusion land of the ancient gods. Even though it has withered away, it is still a blessing. It was actually discovered and excavated by the two great god dynasties. This is truly a good fortune. The entrance to the heavenly domain was an expanse of nothingness, merging with the dark universe. If not for Yi Fan and the Black Emperor disintegrating the seal, it would have been difficult for them to discover it even if they were standing right in front of them. Chaotic energy became even thicker, flowing out. The inside was serene and peaceful, as if an archaic vicious beast that was going to devour people opened its enormous mouth, making one feel great fear. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. No one from the Holy Lands was willing to take the first step. One had to understand that there were 2 killing saints inside, and if they took action, an undying inheritance might be destroyed. Qi Luo looked calm as he walked in first, followed by Yi Fan, Ji Zi, and the Sacred Prince. Behind them were Dongfang Yi Li Tian, and the others in their ancient Saint Mechs. What are you afraid of? I can't hold back any longer. I'm going to take care of all of them. The large black dog yelled. He was valiant and spirited, and he also rushed in. Longma was right behind him. All the Holy Lands moved when they saw this. They had already slaughtered their way here. This battle was unavoidable. No matter how terrifying these 2 killing saints were, they still had to be eliminated. Otherwise, there would never be a day of peace. Whoosh! They walked into a dark space, and after walking 100 zhong, a thunderous sound rang out ahead. A waterfall poured down, blocking an ancient cave. This is Primal Chaos Waterfall. Everyone was shocked, and they all widened their eyes. This was the ancient cave that one had to pass through in order to enter the heaven domain. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely be stopped outside, unable to pass through at all. When this primal chaos waterfall descended, even Dao-severing experts would be crushed to pieces, unable to endure it. Rise! Yi Fan released a light shout, activating the all-life source Qi Cauldron. It turned into a simple carrier of the great Dao, rising and falling in the primal chaos waterfall, cutting it off. When everyone saw this, they were shocked, envious, and incomparably jealous. This kind of magic treasure and immortal material that was born at the beginning of the world was difficult to find in the entire world, rarely seen throughout the ages, yet it fell into his hands. All the Holy Lands coveted it, yet they couldn't obtain it. The group of people entered one after another, all of them walking in. After passing through the ancient cave, they finally entered the paradise ahead. They immediately sensed a wave of great changes and magnificence, and there was even more endless spiritual energy rushing over. Even though the primal chaos divine earth had dried up, The remaining spiritual energy was less than 1/10 of what it was originally. It was still greater than the outside great world, a cultivation precious land. The majestic spiritual mountains, verdant divine valleys, jade ribbon-like streams, dripping divine springs, as well as ancient medicines within stone cracks. All of this made one's mind tremble. If they lived in seclusion here, it couldn't be more ideal. If the two great divine dynasties remained dormant for several thousand years and reappeared in the later generations, their strength would definitely increase greatly, threatening all parts of the world. Within the spacious valley, there were several enormous skeletons that flowed with faint golden luster. They were all archaic species that had died for who knew how many years, yet were still preserved until now. Many people swallowed their saliva. These were creatures that were originally in the primal chaos divine earth, definitely already at the saint level. Their bloodlines dried up, dying here of old age, unexpectedly not transforming into the Tao. This was the most ideal artifact refinement material, making one's eyes go red. Everyone, let's not worry about these things for now. Getting rid of the two giants is more important. Old Blade Honcho said. After passing through this region, the true mountain gate stood in their way. A formless killing energy pervaded the air. Only after arriving here did they approach the most terrifying important place. No one should act rashly, or else there might be a fatal disaster, the Black Emperor reminded. However, as soon as its words fell, an enormous streak of sword energy swept over. Several dozen people were sliced in half at the waist, releasing mournful cries. These halves of their bodies tumbled about while carrying large amounts of blood. What is going on? The face of an elder from the wavering light Holy Land immediately became green. Ancient medicine, a disciple cried out miserably. It was all because they went to pick a 30,000-year-old precious medicine from the stone cliff, triggering the restrictions, causing a group of people to encounter a disaster. It could be said that every step they took was filled with danger. Kill. The two great divine dynasties definitely noticed our arrival a long time ago. The Cosmos Mothership rose into the sky, releasing a streak of blazing light. Great Tao symbols engraved themselves in front of them, raising the mountain gate to the ground. Hong! A terrifying aura erupted, and a majestic black shadow appeared. It released an aura that made even ancient saints shudder as it hacked over. This was a group of great swords, or to be more precise, sword-like mountain peaks. Every mountain peak pierced into the clouds. Hundreds and thousands of them were together, grand and majestic. Each one was like a sharp sword straight up and down. Tens of thousands of streaks of sword energy shot out from the mountain peaks, sweeping over one after another. This was a killing tribulation, a saint-level killing formation. The Cosmos Mothership was swept away. If not for the energy passport being activated, it might have already disintegrated. Its offensive power was extremely shocking. Shio, shio, shio. The sword energy was like a ray of light, sweeping past. In almost an instant, hundreds of people from the various holy lands had their heads cut off, their bodies sliced apart, and they were chopped into meat paste. Blood blossomed one after another. This was a saint-level attack, so naturally no one could block it. Hong! Holy might surged. The various holy lands brought out their holy weapons and immediately activated them, finally blocking the attack and protecting the others. Martial uncle, what's wrong with you? Hurry and wake up. A youth shook an old body. Junior sister. Don't sleep. Quickly open your eyes. A young man hugged a female cultivator. All kinds of noise and sorrowful sounds rang out. The two great killer divine dynasties were extremely terrifying. They didn't send out any disciples below the saint level at all, immediately killing them. Break! Killing Saint Chi Luo released a loud roar, activating the great sage's magical artifact, Goddess Furnace. His eyes were completely empty as he released the Celestial Court's great killing technique. Hong! Hundreds to over 1,000 sword mountains exploded one after another. Ancient saint-level fluctuations were intense, as if the starry sky was disintegrating and spreading outwards. The saint-level sword mountains were destroyed, turning into a chaotic flow that flattened this region, turning it into a barren land. Insignificant ants, Yet you dare to gnaw on the body of an enormous dragon. Once you find the heaven domain, none of you will be able to live. A terrifying voice rang out, causing the entire space to tremble. Qi Luo led the group forward, not fearing this kind of threat. The blood transformation blade in his hand reached tens of thousands of zhang, sweeping through countless restrictions, turning the forbidden region into a path. A blazing killing light flew up. Yifan, GZ, and the sacred prince resisted together, scattering this terrifying fluctuation that could kill saints in the void. In front of them was a stretch of jade platforms, each of which was sparkling and transparent, filled with boundless killing intent. They floated in mid-air, releasing an aura that made people feel despair. Although the three Thearch's children had shattered the killing light, the aura still leaked out in a large area, and waves of miserable screams could be heard from behind. More than 300 people from the various holy lands died in an instant. All of their bodies exploded, unable to withstand the ancient sacred king's aura and killing intent. In front of them was a Saint King-level killing formation. Do you really think the holy lands are ants? Break for me. Zhang Yifei rode on the golden roar and rushed forward. Above his head, a divine furnace appeared. 9 divine birds circled around, and a sun hung in the sky. It was incomparably terrifying, resisting the Saint King-level killing formation. Hong! He raised his hand and pointed. This divine furnace flew up and rushed forward, landing in the killing formation and exploding on the spot. Boundless light mist flew up, and the intense energy almost cracked this piece of primal chaos divine soil, flattening the killing formation and turning it into red soil. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was a forbidden tool that was more powerful than ordinary saint tools. A forbidden tool made by imitating the eternal universe imperial furnace. It requires the consumption of many rare natural treasures, and it doesn't need to use magic power. It operates on its own, but it can only be used once. An old man muttered, deducing the truth. The Jiang family's foundation was shocking. They were experts in refining forbidden tools, imitating their own imperial furnace to refine such a terrifying weapon. It could emit a wisp of imperial might, instantly flattening the Saint King-level killing formation. It was truly frightening. Obviously, Zhang Yifei's attack had stunned the 2 divine dynasties. There was a moment of silence, and not a single sound was heard. If this forbidden tool smashed into Killing Saint's body, he would most likely be slaughtered. However, this was ultimately a tool and not a living person. Killing Saint could dodge it, but after thinking about it, it was still difficult to threaten him. Suddenly, a faint sound rang out. The hell soul-suppressing song rang out. This was Killing Saint's attack, and the sound waves were even more terrifying than sword chi. They were everywhere, piercing through the void and killing everyone. The Holy Lands had brought their saint tools, but they actually couldn't defend against it. The hell soul-suppressing song killed in all directions. In that instant, the sounds of popping rang out incessantly. More than 400 people died a violent death, all turning into bloody paste. It was a tragic sight to behold. The old Holy Lord of the Great Yen Holy Land went crazy. Most of the people who died were their elites. They had originally prepared a saint-level killing formation, but before they could lay it out, these people holding the formation flags had all died. Kill! With a loud roar, a sparkling and translucent stone person rushed up like an ice diamond, disappearing into the front and roaring fiercely. This was a saint-level puppet, one of the Great Yen Holy Land's trump cards. It had been brought here to launch a frenzied attack. At the same time, Yifan let out a long roar. Golden blood energy rushed out from the top of his head like a sharp sword piercing through the sky. He shook out the heavenly swastika, dispelling the killing song of hell and blocking this killing calamity. No one behind him fell. All of you, die for me, the Black Emperor roared. Just now, he had rushed to the front to break the formation, so he bore the brunt of the killing song. His eardrums were almost torn apart, and strands of blood flowed out. At this moment, he was furious. He continuously activated formation platforms, sweeping forward. Under the dazzling killing light, The Black Emperor's formation platforms destroyed the Hell Soul suppressing stage and disintegrated this demonic land. Everyone went crazy, rushing forward together. After fighting to this place, everyone felt that they weren't far from the ancient sacred palace. Kill? Shouts of war shook the heavens, and miserable cries rose and fell. After fighting to this point, they finally encountered the old assassins of the two great divine dynasties. After overcoming the difficulties one after another, the assassins' corpses laid on the ground, blood flowing everywhere. "All of you must die," an aged voice sounded, carrying dense killing intent as it said, "Activate the divine formation. Refine everyone for me. Activate your second grandpa. Wipe them all out for me." The Black Emperor opened his third vertical eye, activating numerous formation platforms. Chapter 1203. Swish, 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 swish. An ear-piercing sound pierced through the air as 9,990 silver, divine arrows pierced through the void. Their killing intent was monstrous. Just that kind of aura alone was enough to cause many people to collapse, not to mention the true might of the arrows. 9,999 arrows. Every silver arrow was flowing with holy might. Who in the world could withstand it? This was a massacre. Bang! The Ice Diamond Man of the Super Yen Holy Lands was being shot to death. Every silver arrow was like a sledgehammer smashing into his body. The deafening sound of the arrows was boundlessly powerful. He was first sent flying by dozens of arrows, and then a few thick silver arrows pierced through his body, causing him to let out a miserable cry. This was a saint-level puppet, but it had suffered serious damage from the shocking formation. In front of its body, Tao marks and divine chains of order interweaved, turning into countless runes. However, it couldn't stop the arrows at all and was completely pierced through. In the blinding light, a dense number of arrows rained down, turning the golem into a hedgehog. Then, it exploded with a loud bang, turning into monstrous energy fluctuations. Without the protection of the ancient formation, this primal chaos divine soil would have been completely destroyed, leaving nothing behind. This kind of power was too concentrated and vast. The sect master of the Super Yen Holy Land roared in anger. This was a huge loss, but he couldn't change the outcome. The simultaneous release of 9,990 divine arrows was enough to destroy several saints. This was a killing field specially prepared for existences of this level. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called a divine killing formation. It was unknown how many people from the Holy Land turned into bloody light. Large numbers of people fell, and in the end, they didn't even have time to scream before their bodies and souls were destroyed. Boom! The Black Emperor roared. The 108 main formation platforms and 365 divine gates lit up continuously, and 3,600 rays of the Great Tao swept out together to block the divine arrows. This was a bitter confrontation. The power of this killing formation was boundless and could already kill saints. It wasn't just one or two, but a large number of them, turning this place into a land of death. Without the protection of a divine artifact, everyone would die without a doubt. They needed the power of an ancient saint to defend, and they needed to work together to resist. These killing formations clashed intensely. The fluctuations weren't something ordinary people could face. Fresh faces turned into withered bones one after another, turning into ashes. How many arrays did the god of Killers dynasty have? This was the answer everyone wanted to know amidst their trembling bodies. It was because they were all left behind by ancient saints, and their destructive power was too great. The Black Emperor roared angrily. It hid behind the goddess furnace, barking madly as it sacrificed all of the materials it had accumulated over the years. Its heart was dripping blood. It had used everything it had to create many exceptional formations, but right now it was rapidly being consumed, and the losses were tremendous. Damn the ancient divine dynasty! How many Dharma treasures of the way of killing do they have? Why do they never stop using them? In the depths of the heaven domain, the ancestor-level figures of the two great divine dynasties were also stupefied. This was the accumulation of generations of ancestors, the sacred killing formation platform left behind. When combined together, it was said that it could shoot down deities. However, at this moment they were collapsing one after another. Their faces were twitching, and their hearts ached to the extreme. They felt even worse than the Black Emperor. A single formation pedestal was equivalent to a single killing formation of the ancient sage. For them to be grouped together in such a manner, it was definitely a horrifying sight to behold. And yet, they were being destroyed one after another. Even if a few saints entered the formation, they would still be destroyed. They actually managed to block it. Kill, 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 kill. The Black Emperor had gone mad from killing. She used the goddess furnace as the main formation flag, and with a quang-dang sound, she tossed it into the center. Everyone's faces paled. When the large black dog went berserk, it was truly terrifying. He even tossed out the great sage's weapon. Fortunately, there were other saint tools to defend them, or else they would have been in great trouble. However, the effects were obvious. With the ancient great sage's spirit tool as the first formation flag, that kind of might covered heaven and earth, destroying heaven and earth. The other party's formation platforms were shattered one after another, and boundless energy swept out in reverse. They've gone mad. They've truly gone mad. This is a true battle to exterminate a sect. Even the great battles of the past dark ages are nothing more than this. There are so many ancient killing formation platforms involved. Regardless of whether it was the enemy or the ally, they were all stunned. They couldn't help but feel horrified. This was definitely a killing calamity. Fortunately, both sides were balanced. If one side was slightly weaker, they would have immediately been destroyed. The formation patterns finally dimmed. The ground was a complete mess, and there were fragments of divine materials everywhere. It was unknown just how many precious treasures had been used up on the ancient formation platforms, but now they were all useless. The sea of killing intent slowly dispersed, and endless sorrow and great changes arose. This was the lamentation of the ancient artifacts. They were all destroyed in a single battle. Only after a long time had passed did everyone come back to their senses. Their faces were snow-white, and their voices were trembling. How many ancient saint formations were destroyed in total? About 18 of them. The estimate is too low. There are at least 20, and it might even reach 36. It's hard to say. It's too terrifying. They are continuous, and the light of calamity is boundless. It's brilliant and dazzling, and it's too many to count. Only through experience could one understand. Otherwise, this kind of terror would only be a concept of numbers, and not something that would cause one's heart to palpitate. The ground was covered in fragments, a sight rarely seen since ancient times. Everyone became silent. They held weapons in their hands, drove the war chariots, and continued forward. Today's battle had already reached this point, and there was no longer any path of retreat. Only by wiping out the two great ancient divine dynasties could they feel at ease. After passing through the land of destruction, broken mountains, half-collapsed mountain ridges, and giant trees that had withered for tens of thousands of years appeared one after another. No one made a sound. They were all on guard. Yifan, GZ, and the sacred prince walked at the very front, their battle intent high. Meanwhile, the others were incomparably solemn. Everyone's mood was different. For example, Yifan, Dongfang Yi, and the other crazy people mainly wanted to sharpen themselves. They had never planned to ask the ancient saints to take action. Meanwhile, the Superyen Holy Land and the other inheritances that had suffered disastrous losses felt their hearts bleeding. They wanted nothing more than to immediately ask Wei Yi to fight to the death against the ancient divine dynasties. The sacred ape held the black divine metal in his hand, looking down on everyone. His golden hair flickered, and he was extremely domineering. What is there to cry about? The two great divine dynasties are the best whetstones. Today, we will kill to our heart's content and climb another step on the path of cultivation. Show! A terrifying sword light appeared, piercing towards the back of the sacred ape's head. It was vicious and merciless, appearing abruptly and soundlessly. It was going to kill with a single strike. This kind of hidden killing technique was too terrifying. It almost fooled everyone, and the sacred prince dodged it by a hair's breadth. Qi Luo immediately took action, hacking forward. However, a streak of bloody light appeared on his back, cutting open a terrifying wound. A killing saint had appeared, drawing Qi Luo's attention to the sacred ape. However, the true target was him. Qi Luo was injured, but he didn't even frown. He disappeared from his original location, and with a pu sound, bloody light scattered down, cutting open a bloody scar in another part of the void. Qi Luo had already discovered the other party and returned the favor. The two exchanged blows. It was extremely strange and formless. Pooh! Blood scattered down from the sky. More than 10 experts from the Ji family cried out miserably. They couldn't evade in time and were turned into dried bones on the spot by the saint's blood. Ah! A mournful scream rang out. The Super Yen Holy Land's sect master's head tumbled down. His eyes were wide open in anger as his headless corpse fell into a pool of blood. His primordial spirit had just rushed up when it was pierced through by a blood-colored killing sword, vanishing into thin air on the spot. Kill! Everyone roared in anger and fear. Many executioners appeared, hiding in the void and launching assassinations. Many people cried out in alarm. Their foreheads were pierced through, and they died a violent death. This was the trump card of the assassins. Where do you think you're going? Li Tian, Dongfang Yi, and the others roared in anger and launched an all-out counterattack. They had studied the great killing arts of the Celestial Court, so they didn't fear this kind of killing Dao secret art. Sneaky bastards! Die for me! The sacred prince roared. His entire body erupted with golden radiance, and it was as if his body was cast from gold. He brandished his rod and smashed an old assassin out. It was precisely this person who had just slaughtered the Super Yen Holy Land's sect master. He was a Dao-severing king-level expert with outstanding strength. He had killed over 100 people in an instant. Without any suspense, this ace assassin's bones were broken and tendons snapped by the monkey's rod, turning him into a pile of mush. Poo, piu, piu, bloody light flashed in succession as GZ displayed his might. The void split apart and many assassins were torn apart. They turned into streaks of blood, and not even their bones remained. Yifan's expression was cold. The golden blood qi around his body turned into a tornado, and he forcefully pulled out a king-level assassin. Then he blasted him into the air with a single punch. It was simple yet ruthless, and bone fragments and blood splattered everywhere. The Purple Mansion Saintess finally displayed her terrifying strength in front of the world. She harmonized with the great Tao, and with a wave of her hand, she waved the laws of heaven and earth, forcing out a group of assassins. With a slash of her white hand, a large number of people were melted within the light of the Tao. Yifan, GZ, and the sacred prince moved together. They pounced towards Qi Luo, and all of them unleashed a fierce attack. Killing Saint Qi Luo also let out a long roar. The blood sword light was tens of thousands of zhang long, and it slashed towards his opponent. Hong! In this terrifying confrontation, the killing saint of the mortal realm fled and left the battlefield. He took the initiative to retreat and only left behind a trail of blood. This was the ancient killing saint. Before the heaven and earth changed, he was unfathomable, and it wasn't difficult for him to leave even though he was surrounded by an army of 10,000. He fled towards the exit of the heaven domain, wanting to break out of the encirclement. However, several waves of holy might swept over like a vast ocean, forcing him back. The killing saint wants to escape, which means that they don't have the confidence anymore. Let's kill them all. Don't let a single one escape. The people of the Holy Lands shouted loudly. Their morale was greatly boosted. However, Yifan's heart sunk. This killing saint was ruthless and decisive. He didn't want to escape at all, and was clearly trying to probe how many ancient saints had come. Now he turned around and rushed towards the depths of the heaven domain. Kill! Shouts of war shook the heavens. This heaven domain erupted, and the war chariots of the Holy Lands rumbled as they crushed through the skies. Divine artifacts revived, and they attacked forward together. Following this, they destroyed a few ancient killing formation platforms, and finally arrived at the depths. They saw two terrifying ancient palaces. The killing intent there was like a sea. White bones flickered with luster, and not even the passage of time could erase them. The palaces were all constructed from bones. At the very center of the two palaces was a special bone building. The luster was the most intimidating. There were the skulls of kings, as well as the withered bones of saints. They were brilliant and sparkling. The carpets in the palaces were made of divine skin, stripped from the bodies of saints. Even a group of ants dares challenge a giant dragon. I admire your courage, but I can't help but mock your foolishness. A dignified voice sounded from within the bone palace. It was ancient and experienced, but there was also a type of domineeringness to it. It was full of an overweening spirit. Killing Saint Chi Luo roared loudly. The giant dragon's old nest has been wiped out by others, and now it is hiding in outer space. Hell and the human world, two great ancient divine dynasties, are about to be wiped out, yet you are still trying to show off your self-esteem. Today, all of you can just die. He lost 7 children, all of them dying for the sake of the two great divine dynasties. They paid the price of blood and life to exchange for everything he had today. His heart was filled with grief and anger. You are a killing saint, and I am also a killing saint. How about we carry out a decisive battle between killing saints today? The aged voice resounded ruthlessly. He had already achieved the Tao for over 1,000 years. His killing intent surged, and it was incredibly terrifying. However, Chi Luo was not an ordinary person. He agreed on the spot to fight against the veteran killing saint. Another withered figure appeared. The killing saint of the human world appeared once again. He looked disdainfully at the crowd with disdain, as if he didn't care that there were still a few saints at the entrance. He swept his gaze over the people of the Holy Lands, and then he stared at the sacred prince, then at GZ. In the end, his torch-like eyes landed on Yi Fan. All of you kill yourselves. This seat will give you the chance to die a quick death. The killing saint of the human world guided Yi Fan, GZ, and the sacred prince as he spoke ruthlessly. He wasn't the slightest bit worried about the fact that everyone was attacking. It's useless no matter who comes. Wanting to destroy the human world and hell is simply the ravings of an idiot. What human race's saint physique?